Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
One Piece, My Crew is from Otherworld, by FanficLord03. Ryunosuke accidentally traveled to the world of One Piece and was bound to the god-level pirate crew system. My crew? Yeah, it's a little special. First Division, Night Raid, from the Akame ga Kill. Second Division, the Akatsuki, led by Pain, from the Naruto world. Third Division, the Seven Deadly Sins. Adios.
At Navy headquarters, the atmosphere was unusually relaxed, at least for those no longer in active service. Ryunosuke's move is quite bold, Garp muttered, crunching on a piece of senbei. Sengoku, what do you think the world government's next order to Sakazuki will be? Defend the allied nations? He didn't stop eating, of course. Not even world-altering events could keep Garp from his beloved snacks. I don't know, Sengoku said with a sigh, folding his arms. But I'm starting to feel lucky I'm not the one in charge anymore. If I were still Fleet Admiral, I'd be drowning in headaches. Garp chuckled. So now you understand what I meant by freedom from office, old man. Sengoku leaned back, his tone laced with rare ease. It's not our problem anymore. Let Sakazuki deal with it. He's tough, he'll manage. Truth be told, Sengoku felt a twinge of sympathy for his successor. When he had been in charge, the admirals at least followed his orders to some degree. Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu had their quirks, sure, but they executed missions with some level of discipline. Things were different now. Green Bull was practically a rogue, strong enough to hold his position but barely following command. Kizaru was even worse. The man punched out at 5 o'clock sharp every day, treating Navy assignments like part-time work. Try getting that guy to fight seriously unless his own life was at stake. And then there was Fujitora. Sengoku glanced across the room. Fujitora was sitting calmly, playing dice with Kuzan, a light smile on his face. This was the state of the retirement group, admirals turned consultants with no real power and even less motivation to stress themselves. Fujitora still followed orders, technically, but the man had his own brand of justice, and he'd never blindly carry out anything that went against it. Honestly, Sengoku muttered, I do feel bad for Sakazuki. Garp popped another senbei into his mouth. So, what's the world government gonna do next? Call back the warlords of the sea? Sengoku shrugged. They might try, but those guys aren't exactly reliable. He ticked them off mentally. The Empress? No way she'll answer the call. Hawkeye? Well, let's just hope he doesn't come out and cause more chaos. Doflamingo's already been conquered by the Dragon Hunter pirates. He paused, frowning. Law? Trafalgar? Won't follow the government blindly either. Mariah? Vanished. Buggy? Can't even find him. And then there's Weevil. At the mention of Edward Weevil, Suru sighed quietly. Let's just say, she murmured, if Weevil shows up, he won't get a warm welcome. Not after Z's defection. The new Navy will likely treat him as a target. Garp raised an eyebrow. Speaking of that, what do you think Ryunosuke's goal is? Sengoku leaned forward, thoughtful. If it was just revenge, he wouldn't need to go public like this. He could have taken the slow approach. Corrosion from the shadows. That would have been safer and possibly more effective. But instead, Sengoku continued. He's announced his war against the world government to the whole damn world. That paints a massive target on his back. It's not just a personal grudge anymore. This is a declaration of ideology. And a hell of a statement, Garp added. Sengoku nodded. If the Dragon Hunter pirates get bogged down with side battles and politics, they'll have no time to prepare for a full-scale war. But maybe. That's exactly what he wants. He rubbed his chin. When you're no longer carrying the burden of leadership, you start to see things differently. Garp chuckled. You think too much. This kid, Ryunosuke, has never done anything we can predict. But we both know the world government isn't just relying on the Navy or the Shichibukai, Sengoku said seriously. They've got deeper cards to play. Garp's eyes narrowed, serious for once. You mean the hidden forces? Exactly. The CP organizations. The Celestial Dragon Guards. That dual unit that wiped out the Dragon Hunter Pirates logistics team. Suru's gaze darkened. And let's not forget the Scientific Research Division, or the King. At the mention of that, the room fell quiet. Sengoku nodded grimly. Yeah. The King, Heavenly King, to be exact. The world knows the government has it, but it hasn't been used in years. People are starting to think it's a myth. If they do use it, Suru trailed off. The outcome of the war might not be so clear. Garp stared out the window for a long moment. To think I might see the King in action again. This era is full of surprises. Suru shifted topics. Speaking of surprises, Shanks and his crew have been loitering in the East Blue for quite a while now. Garp's hand froze mid-air, senbei halfway to his mouth. She continued carefully. They went to Marihoa, met with the Dragon Hunters, and then returned to the East Blue. That's a curious trail. Garp frowned. He had suspected something for a while now. But the red-haired pirates weren't always present, just lurking. Floating in and out of the region. At first, he thought nothing of it. But now, I don't know what that kid Shanks is planning, he muttered. But if they discover that, we might be staring down something far worse. He didn't elaborate and Suru didn't press. Instead, she returned to the growing enigma at the center of it all. Let's talk about the Dragon Hunter pirates, she said. I've been wondering for a while now, how did they grow so fast? Fujitora chuckled, shaking the dice cup in his hand. Evil's scariest when it first appears, no. Kuzan stopped mid-roll. The Dragon Hunter pirates. Their strength was a mystery even to former admirals. Kuzan remembered teaming up with Garp over a year ago to stop them. Back then, they were just escaping. Dangerous, yes, but manageable. But now? Now they had grown into something far beyond expectation. In less than 2 years, they had risen to stand toe-to-toe with the strongest forces in the world. And last time Kuzan fought Ryunosuke, he doubted himself for the first time in decades. It's not like we didn't try, Kuzan said quietly. We hit them with everything we had, over and over again. Fujitora nodded, and every time, they came back stronger. Exactly, Kuzan said. Now, I'm not even sure I can stand in front of that man. In this vast sea, most pirate crews rise steadily, cautious, calculated, climbing step by step. But the Dragon Hunter pirates? They broke every convention. From the very beginning, they were high profile, loud, and unafraid, whether they were fighting pirates or taking on the Navy. Before they even left the East Blue, a vice admiral had already been deployed to intercept them. And not just any vice admiral, Gion. Despite how helpless she looked when facing the Dragon Hunters, her strength was nothing to scoff at. She was a legitimate vice admiral, and a strong candidate for admiral had it not been for the world recruitment program that brought in the likes of Green Bull Katsuya and Fujitora Ichisho. In fact, Gion's credentials were more than enough to qualify her for admiral. And yet, even with this level of attention and force aimed at them, the Dragon Hunter pirates continued to grow, brazen and unapologetic. It was maddening. Watching the enemy grow stronger with every passing day, while the Navy remained powerless to stop them, was an unbearable feeling. Is that so? Fujitora's lips curled into a faint smile as he listened to Kuzan recount the tale, a spark of understanding flashing in his eyes. But have you ever considered something? Fujitora asked, voice calm. The Dragon Hunter pirates might not be a typical pirate crew at all. Kuzan tilted his head slightly. There are many among them who appeared out of nowhere, Fujitora continued. No prior records, no fame, no sightings in the seas before their rise. It's as if they were dropped into the world all at once. His tone sharpened with speculation. What if they're just the vanguard, a forward unit created by some mysterious power? Fujitora chuckled at his own theory. That idea had surfaced before, during the Warring States era, but it had been rejected quickly. Because if such a force existed, one capable of crafting a pirate crew as formidable as the Dragon Hunters, it would mean something even more terrifying. That a power greater than the 4 emperors had been lurking in the shadows all along. In just 2 years, they'd built something rivaling or even surpassing imperial-level might. If such an organization truly existed, the world government's dominion would be a joke. Perhaps this mystery is beyond our reach, Sengoku muttered, shaking his head. But if such a force exists, it won't stay hidden for long. Sooner or later, it'll reveal itself. At Fujitori's suggestion, a certain name flickered across Sengoku's mind, Jiraku Fungyue. But the last battle made things clear. Ryunosuke's crew had no connection to Fungyue at all. Members of the 4th Division had even forced Fungyue into a desperate situation. Besides, the power Ryunosuke displayed during that battle had clearly exceeded their expectations. Even if his strength had activation limits, it didn't change the fact he was beyond comprehension. "Sengoku, I'm heading to the East Blue," Garp suddenly declared, standing up. "Don't look for me while I'm gone. I've got some old friends down there, I'll see what I can do. Let's just say I'm on official business." Without another word, he bolted out of the room, leaving behind the freshly placed senbei on the table. "Wait up, I'm coming too." Kuzan jumped to his feet and followed, swiping the senbei on his way out. Sengoku watched them go, face darkening. "That old bastard," he muttered, "still the same as ever." The Navy headquarters was already buried in work, but now Garp had dragged Kuzan into his little escapade. Sakazuki would be forced to pick up the slack, and Sengoku would be stuck overseeing it all. He sighed, he could never be as shameless as Garp. Meanwhile, in the marshal's office, "You called for me, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki?" Borsellino strolled in, that trademark lazy grin plastered on his face. It was as if none of the recent chaos had touched him at all. Sakazuki handed him a file. "Commander Kong just forwarded this. Looks like we've got a new assignment." Borsellino glanced through the don't, eyebrows arching slightly. "You want me to protect these allied nations?" he asked, eyes narrowing. "And bring the celestial dragons with me?" Even Borsellino looked taken aback. The last time the Navy mobilized en masse against the Dragon Hunter pirates, they weren't even at full strength, and still, the Navy got crushed. They only managed to retreat intact because Sengoku and Garp intervened. They'd lost several warships and valuable resources. And now, the world government wanted him to escort celestial dragons directly into a potential death trap? He scoffed internally. This is just painting a target on our backs. If the celestial dragons died under his watch, punishment would be inevitable, regardless of who gave the order. "I'm not exactly thrilled to take this mission," Borsellino muttered. Sakazuki nodded grimly. "I don't like it either. But this is a direct order from the world government." Commander Kong also said, "Your only duty is to protect yourself. Everything else, just follow protocol." That raised a red flag in Borsellino's mind. Protect himself? That wasn't how these missions were usually phrased. He flipped through the rest of the don't. In addition to the celestial dragons, he'd be receiving 300 pacifistas and new research results. Details were vague. He closed the file. HMPH. Sounds like the world government has its own game plan, Borsellino said, chuckling. He accepted the mission, but in his head, he was already formulating an escape route. If the dragon hunters showed up, he'd vanish before a single blow landed. That was just smart survival. He grinned and walked out to prepare for departure. Next stop, the Red Line. Time to pick up the celestial dragons. As Borsellino moved out, Navy scientists and their elite research divisions began mobilizing under his command. Elsewhere, while the world speculated wildly about the dragon hunter pirates, the crew themselves couldn't care less. After conquering the kingdom of Nerust, they left behind a pirate flag and then sailed off. No dictatorship. No occupation. They left the kingdom's governance in the hands of its own people, to elect and manage themselves. Ryunosuke had no time to waste on politics. At this moment, the captain of the dragon hunter pirates sat at the bow of their ship, eyes fixed on the flickering data before him. The panel reflected new information. Thanks to the live broadcast, Ryunosuke's reputation value surged by 80,000 in just a short amount of time. In addition to gaining a new base, the people of that region showed an overwhelming degree of support for the dragon hunter pirates. Their loyalty ran so deep that Ryunosuke didn't even need to station anyone there for protection or control. It was a territory already won in hearts and minds. The system chimed in with a reward. Ding! New base secured, awarding 10,000 reputation points. Combined with the constantly climbing reputation counter, Ryunosuke had a gut feeling he might crack 100,000 reputation points before the broadcast buzz died down. This was more than just vanity points. In the upcoming war against the world government, reputation equaled strength. It could directly fuel the expansion and replenishment of his squads. And that meant one thing. Now was the perfect time to recruit. System: initiate 10 consecutive recruitments, immediately. Within minutes, the system responded. The results came in fast and furious. Ding, congratulations, recruited crew member Levi. Origin: Attack on Titan, Captain of the Survey Corps. Current power rating: A rank. Potential: S rank. Ability extracted: Titan Slayer. Deals 150% damage to giant-type enemies. Ding, congratulations, recruited crew member Rem. Origin: Re. 0, starting life in another world. Current power rating: A rank. Potential: S rank. Ability extracted. Ding, congratulations, recruited crew member Leona. Origin: Akame ga Kill. One by one, 10 new crew members materialized on deck. Ryunosuke stood at the bow, wind teasing his coat, as he watched them arrive. Captain Levi Rem Leona Kobayashi, from Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, somehow. Princess Peach, from the Super Mario world, don't ask. Phaeton, Hunter x Hunter, Shizuku, Hunter x Hunter. Kazuto Kirigaya, Kirito, Sword Art Online. Rika Shinozaki, Lisbeth, Sword Art Online. Shino Asada, Sinon, Sword Art Online. Ryunosuke couldn't help the grin stretching across his face. Not only had he scored 3 high-value members of the original squad, Leona, Shizuku, and Phaeton, who were worth 150,000 reputation points combined, he'd also landed Levi, Kirito, and others with high combat or support potential. 10 pulls really were magical. Princess Pinky. A sudden outburst came from the lower deck. Mario, who'd been inspecting the hull, sprinted up the steps with tears in his eyes. Spotting Princess Peach, he practically flew toward her in slow-motion drama. You'd think someone played an opera in the background. Back in his world, no one had come to save her, but here, Ryunosuke had recruited her personally. Peach looked startled at first, but the moment she saw Mario, her expression softened into a radiant smile. Ahem. Maybe save the PDA for later. Ryunosuke scratched his cheek awkwardly. Mario, Princess Peach is officially in your care now. It was sweet, sure. But with most of the crew still single, watching a public reunion like that stung a little. Leona, Shizuku, Phaeton, at the same time, Najenda and Maki came forward to greet their own team members. With that, Ryunosuke didn't need to assign them. Those 3 would naturally rejoin their old squads and resume duties as combat specialists. That left 7 new members without squads. For some reason, the system hadn't categorized them into units. Likely because Kirito and his companions, Rika, Shino, and Asada, weren't technically from an organized faction. Their identities came from a game world, not a traditional structure like the Survey Corps or Phantom Troop. Levi, surprisingly, also wasn't linked to any squad. Perhaps because his Survey Corps didn't meet the system's criteria for recognized factions. Once the group had settled in, Ryunosuke gathered them to explain the situation. I have a question. Kobayashi raised his hand. His voice was soft, almost embarrassed. What exactly am I doing here? His stats weren't encouraging. According to the system, his combat strength was literally 0. No joke, he didn't even get an evaluation panel. Still, since he was summoned, the system had automatically labeled him a crewmate. But due to his poor physical foundation, he couldn't even begin absorbing the effects of shared halos or buffs. Krillin, Ryunosuke said solemnly, you're our mascot. Huh? A symbol of morale. A beacon of peace, and, honestly, you might surprise us one day. The system doesn't pull randoms for nothing. Well, Kobayashi sighed, rubbing the back of his head, guess my life's finally gone off the rails. He seemed to take it well, after all, he was a guy who lived with dragons in his world. Time travel and cross-dimensional pirate gigs weren't exactly the weirdest thing he dealt with. Let me confirm something. Levi stepped forward, arms crossed. So our enemies aren't titans, they're so-called world nobles. Ryunosuke nodded. Good. How many people can I command, and what do you need from me? Ever the soldier, Levi didn't waste time. He hadn't expected to be alive, having plunged into a river with Hanji in his last moments. But now that he was here, his new mission gave him purpose, and perhaps peace. Ryunosuke gave him the cleansing mission of the corrupted kingdom territories, pairing him with Hawkins for manpower and logistics. Shino Asada would serve as a sniper, carrying with her the anti-materiel rifle from the game. Thanks to Shinozaki Rika's inclusion, ammo supply wouldn't be an issue. As expected, Shino was automatically assigned to 1st Division, where she joined forces with mine. Rika, on the other hand, was now the blacksmith of the Dragon Hunter pirates. She had forged the legendary sword Dark Repulsor in her world. Her crafting skill needed no introduction. While most elite squad members had exclusive weapons or didn't need them, the rest of the crew would benefit immensely from her talents. "Can I really use all the materials in the ship's vault?" she asked, eyes sparkling. "Even the rare metals?" "You have full access," Ryunosuke replied. "Don't worry about quantity or cost. Just focus on adapting your forging to this world and—" "Got it," she grinned, raising a hand. Suddenly, a magic circle shimmered into view beneath her. Right. There was no need for adjustment, her game avatar and skills had been pulled directly into this world. "Then just craft the way you're used to," Ryunosuke chuckled. "Kuina, take Rika to the forge and get her oriented." "Understood." With Rika gone, only Kirito and Rem remained. Ryunosuke turned toward Kazuto. "I'll call you Kirito, it's simpler that way." Kirito gave a small nod. "I have a special mission for you. One that requires your particular set of skills." Ryunosuke leaned in. "Infiltrate the world government." After assigning everyone their duties, Ryunosuke turned his gaze to the last person standing before him, Rem. For a moment, he genuinely didn't know what kind of task to give her. "Captain, what about me?" Rem blinked at him, her voice soft and confused. That's right, when there was no fighting to be done, Rem reverted to her innocent, gentle self. Honestly, it was kind of a thing on the ship. Just look at Akame. Say the sweetest words, then strike with the deadliest blade. A walking paradox wrapped in cuteness and carnage. As I recall, "Rem, you're pretty good at cooking, right?" Ryunosuke finally said, tapping his chin. She nodded, smiling brightly. "Do you want me to be the ship's cook?" The moment those words left her mouth, Susanoo, Akame, and Tsukuyomi all turned their heads toward her in unison. They were the ones currently handling the cooking. "Akame, come here a sec," Ryunosuke called out. She approached with a calm expression, though something flickered behind her eyes. "Brother Ryunosuke, do you want me to deal with her?" Smart as ever, she'd already figured it out. Ryunosuke had been bringing more and more women onto the ship lately, each with wildly different personalities and styles. Akame wasn't the type to get jealous, or at least, that's what she told herself. She didn't understand what the strange fluttering in her chest meant, or why it bothered her when he gave attention to someone else. It wasn't love, at least not a love she recognized. So instead, she kept it all buried deep inside. As for Ryunosuke? Genius in combat. Master of tactics. Absolute idiot when it came to reading a girl's heart. "Yeah," he said with a nod. "Akame, I'll leave Rem in your care. Get her up to speed. The next few days will be focused on training and integrating everyone's strength." Without another word, Ryunosuke turned and walked away to begin his own training. He couldn't shake the feeling. Something felt off lately. Maybe it was the influx of new crew members. Maybe it was intuition. Either way, he knew he needed to get stronger, fast. With their captain setting the tone, the rest of the crew also began their respective training regimens. Just like that, the day passed, and by the time noon arrived the next day. "Captain, pirate ship ahead. Looks like it's the buggy pirates." Conrad's voice rang from the observation tower. He was one of the sharpest scouts in the crew, and his report immediately grabbed everyone's attention. "Buggy?" Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. That clown actually became a Shichibukai? He couldn't help but picture the guy's massive red nose. Say what you will about Buggy, his strength wasn't exactly impressive, but you'd never forget him after seeing him once. "Captain, do you want us to wipe them out?" Najenda appeared beside him, arms crossed, her expression cold and calculating. They're part of the world government now. They could be tracking us. She didn't know much about Buggy personally, but the title Shichibukai wasn't given to just anyone. Even if some of them were jokes, like Crocodile, Moria, or, well, Buggy. There was usually a hidden threat behind the title. Ryunosuke waved a hand casually. Nah. If it's just Buggy, any one of our regular crew members could wipe them out. He smirked. Let's go say hello and ask what they want. Buggy was infamous not for his strength, but for his ridiculous luck. The man had stumbled his way through history like a cartoon character blessed by the gods of survival. Somehow, he'd escaped impelled down, survived Marineford, and convinced half the prison's inmates that he was a god among pirates. And with enough praise, even Buggy started believing it himself. But his original crew? They knew better. Deep down, they all knew he was just a guy with a parlor trick devil fruit and an oversized ego. Meanwhile, aboard the Buggy pirate's ship. "Great Captain Buggy. A pirate ship is headed our way," shouted one of his crewmates, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Should we blast them out of the water?" The other pirates gathered around, waiting for their captain's majestic decree. After all, this was the man who once grabbed Shanks by the collar and screamed in his face. He must have surpassed even the 4 emperors by now, right? Buggy lay lazily on a chair, his face buried in a fruit cocktail. A pirate ship? Just some randoms. Don't bother me unless it's serious. He didn't even open his eyes. If swagger were a weapon, Buggy would have been top tier. The ship belongs to the Dragon Hunter pirates. Silence. And then, what? Buggy sprang out of his chair so fast his body split into pieces midair. The Dragon Hunter pirates. His blood ran cold. These weren't nobodies. They were the lunatics who'd declared war on the world government. Even if his strength was real, which it wasn't, even if he was strong enough to fight Shanks, he wasn't. There was no way he could take on the Dragon Hunters. If he backed down now, though, his men might see through him. He'd lose everything, his rep, his title, and probably his life. But if he charged ahead, he'd be turned into paste. "Captain Buggy, should I ready the men?" asked the eager crewmate, totally blind to the panic written all over Buggy's face. "They're just the Dragon Hunter pirates, right? Should be easy." Buggy's eye twitched. The way this idiot was repeating, "just the Dragon Hunter pirates," like they were nobodies. "Ahahaha. Why yeah." Buggy forced out a laugh. "They're just the Dragon Hunter pirates. Nothing to worry about. Handle it however you like." He was dying inside. He'd just obtained a treasure map, his lucky break, and now the worst possible enemy had shown up to crush his dreams. Mr. 3 stood off to the side, watching the disaster unfold. His face was pale. Why is he still acting? He's going to get us all killed. But it was too late to run. The Dragon Hunter pirate's ship had already come into view on the horizon. Their black sails fluttered like a death sentence in the wind. Mr. 3 closed his eyes and muttered a silent prayer. Maybe, just maybe, Captain Buggy could pull off another miracle. But even miracles have limits, especially when you're facing them. "Everyone, the great Captain Buggy has spoken. That's just a ship from the Dragon Hunter pirates. As long as they come over, rob them." Before anyone could even process the information, one of Buggy's crewmates burst forward, practically foaming at the mouth with excitement, and shouted the "good news" to the rest of the crew. "The great Captain Buggy, we'll follow you to the ends of the Grand Line. Captain Buggy, just say the word, we'll kill them all. It's just the Dragon Hunter pirates. What's the worst that could happen? Great, glorious, magnificent, Captain Buggy." Within seconds, every pirate on deck had transformed into a loyal lapdog, barking praises at their flamboyant, red-nosed leader. The flattery was so thick, you could spread it on toast. And Buggy, oh Buggy, was absolutely eating it up. Normally, he'd be puffing up his chest and floating away on cloud 9, drunk on the praise. But today was different. Because now, looming in front of them like a floating mountain of doom, was the ship of the Dragon Hunter pirates, massive, intimidating, and more terrifying than any sea king. It wasn't that Buggy didn't want to act smug, it was that he couldn't. Instead, he stood stiffly on deck, forcing an awkward grin and trying not to sweat through his makeup. Boom! Just as Buggy was contemplating whether to bluff, run, or pass out, a shadow dropped onto the deck with a resounding thud. It was none other than Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. "Yo, Buggy," Ryunosuke said casually, like bumping into an old drinking buddy at the bar. "Didn't expect to see you here in the New World. Thought you'd be back in the East Blue after becoming a Shichibukai. Taking a stroll down memory lane?" He smiled warmly, but Buggy's face twitched. Anyone else might have been fooled by the friendly tone. But Buggy wasn't anyone else. He knew very well that he had no relationship with Ryunosuke, none, zilch. At best, they were both pirates from the East Blue, that's it. So what the hell was this? Could it be that Ryunosuke had a soft spot for fellow East Blue pirates? That maybe, just maybe, out of sentimentality, he wouldn't murder them for their earlier threats? Swallowing his panic like a bitter pill, Buggy flashed a forced grin and replied, "Captain Ryunosuke, what a surprise, heading somewhere special. Perhaps I could be of assistance." His crew blinked in shock. Even Buggy's most delusional lackeys had never heard their captain speak with such, dare they say, respect. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Then a thought struck him. Could Buggy know something about the Valley of the Gods? After all, Buggy had been on Roger's ship. And although Ryunosuke knew Buggy was just a brat during the legendary God Valley incident, maybe he had stumbled across something? "You guys heading to the Valley of the Gods too?" Ryunosuke asked, curious. Buggy paused, his face contorting in thought. Then, dramatically, he reached into his coat and pulled out a worn treasure map. Marked on it, plain as day, was the location of the Valley of the Gods. Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed slightly. "As I thought," he muttered. "You're after the same place." He then looked up at Buggy, smiling again. "Well then, how about joining us for a chat? Come aboard my ship for a while." The words dropped like a bomb on Buggy's crew. Their great Captain Buggy had just been invited onto the ship of the infamous Dragon Hunter Pirates. Not as a prisoner, but as a guest. Was this the recognition of their captain's true greatness? Were they witnessing destiny itself? Even Mr. 3 looked like he'd swallowed a cactus. There was just no way this clown survived everything purely through skill. No, Buggy had to have eaten 2 devil fruits. One for being a walking disaster, and the other for god-tier luck. "Alright then," Buggy shouted with his usual bravado, "I shall accept your invitation." He jumped onto Ryunosuke's ship with exaggerated flair. But beneath the theatrics, there was no denying it. Buggy wasn't the weakling he used to be. He now possessed both armament hockey and observation hockey. Say what you want, but he had been on Roger's ship, after all. The moment Buggy landed, all eyes on the god ship turned to him. "So that's the Shichibukai, huh?" Crollo tilted his head, unimpressed. Why does his aura feel so underwhelming? Even the fishes in the surrounding sea popped out of the water to stare, as if judging him. "The 7 warlords really have low standards," someone muttered. "I feel like I've been scammed out of my own Shichibukai title," Enel muttered bitterly. "This guy made it in?" Another crew member chimed in, "Captain, isn't he the one rumored to have punched Shanks and kicked Whitebeard?" "Doesn't look the part," said Najenda, arms crossed. "Not even close." Buggy trembled under their honest stares. He wanted to scream. Those rumors were exaggerated. But no words came out. Because deep down, every word they said was true. Ryunosuke chuckled, finally stepping forward. "Buggy's from the East Blue, like me. He's a fellow countryman, and now, a friend." He raised his hand and motioned for everyone to relax. "All right, enough gawking. Everyone back to training." The crew nodded and dispersed immediately. Even Buggy noticed the discipline here was leagues above any pirate crew he'd ever seen. From top to bottom, everyone on this ship was battle-hardened, trained, and terrifying. Even the cleaners probably knew how to kill with a mop. No wonder they were the Dragon Hunter Pirates. "By the way, Buggy," Ryunosuke said, walking beside him. "You mentioned heading to the Valley of the Gods. What kind of treasure are you expecting?" Ryunosuke already had an eternal pose that led to the Valley of the Gods. But that only brought them to the location. Finding the actual treasure was a different matter. He'd glanced at Buggy's map earlier, it was not the same as his. Which could only mean one thing. There was more than one treasure in the Valley of the Gods. Buggy scratched his head and replied, Honestly, I found this treasure map by pure chance. I don't know what's there exactly, but since that's where my former captain once fought, there's no way it's just an ordinary treasure. Then he looked Ryunosuke dead in the eye. You want to team up? I just want the treasure. I'm not interested in history or secrets or power. Just give me some gold, and I'll be on my way. For a split second, Ryunosuke saw something gleaming in Buggy's eyes, a rare moment of sincerity, and maybe even courage. This man who fumbled and stumbled his way through legend. He really might be special after all. After hearing what Buggy said, Ryunosuke simply nodded. He wasn't the least bit curious about the so-called treasure. After all, if the dragon hunter pirates truly wanted treasure or riches, getting them would be a breeze. Their reason for heading to the Valley of the Gods was far more intriguing. It wasn't about gold or gems, but the secrets buried there. Something about that place might explain why such a monumental battle happened there in the first place. Two of the strongest pirate crews in the world, the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates, had clashed in that very location. That kind of confrontation couldn't possibly have been over something as simple as attacking the celestial dragons. And ever since that legendary battle, Rocks D. Zebek vanished without a trace. Dead or alive, no one could say. But that moment marked the start of the Valley of the Gods becoming a complete mystery. It had disappeared from maps, logs, and every navigational chart ever since. To Ryunosuke, that alone was worth investigating. Alright, Ryunosuke said, cracking a grin, deal's done. It'll take about a week to reach the Valley of the Gods. Your ship's too slow, though. He looked at Buggy's vessel, unimpressed. Tie it to my ship of the gods. We'll get there faster. Despite Buggy's recent upgrades to his ship, thanks to the wealth and privileges that came with being one of the 7 warlords of the sea, it was still far behind in both speed and craftsmanship compared to Ryunosuke's ship. Good. Buggy nodded eagerly. But I'm still curious, why are you going to the Valley of the Gods if not for treasure? His voice held genuine confusion. Like most pirates, he had assumed the dragon hunter pirates were after gold. Ryunosuke gave him a casual glance and smirked. What I want is information, he said coolly. I want to know what really happened there. He pointed to the map between them. The treasure of the Rocks Pirates is one thing. But I believe they left more than just valuables behind. There's a message buried there, and I intend to find it. The Rocks Pirates were once the most powerful pirate crew in the world. Whatever they considered valuable wasn't just shiny, it had meaning. Wealth wasn't hard to find for Ryunosuke, but truth? That was priceless? He'd already asked Whitebeard about the Valley of the Gods, but the old man refused to say a word. Garp was the same, tight-lipped and evasive. That kind of silence only fueled Ryunosuke's curiosity. The treasure of the Rocks Pirates, Buggy repeated slowly. His eyes widened, practically bulging out of his head. Wait a minute, I think I've seen something about that before. In the East Blue, maybe, before Ryunosuke could ask, a gentle voice chimed in behind them. Yeah, I think I saw something like that once. It was Najiko, quietly approaching as she looked over the map in front of them. Najiko? Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. You know something about the Rocks Pirates? He was genuinely surprised. She was too young to have been alive during the time of the legendary battle. If anything, she might have picked up a rumor or two. I'm not sure, Najiko said, tilting her head thoughtfully. But I remember seeing a symbol. The same one on your treasure maps. I saw it in Aunt Belmare's room when I was a kid. Her brow furrowed. I don't remember exactly where, though, it was just once, a long time ago. Ryunosuke didn't press further. A symbol wasn't enough to draw conclusions. Still, the mention of the East Blue being possibly connected to rocks was interesting. He tucked that thought away for later. For now, they would focus on reaching the Valley of the Gods. Whatever secrets the celestial dragons were hiding, secrets so dangerous even Whitebeard and Garp refused to speak of them, he intended to uncover them. A mischievous grin crept onto Ryunosuke's face. Maybe this will be the key to taking down the world government itself. As they sailed, Ryunosuke and Buggy began discussing their plans for when they arrived. Buggy shared what little intelligence he had gathered, though it wasn't much. Due to Buggy's ship being dragged behind, their travel time stretched from a week to 8 days. Meanwhile, the newsbird wasted no time. Within hours, the world learned of the alliance between Buggy the Clown and Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates. The world government exploded in fury. Yet another warlord had thrown in their lot with the Dragon Hunters. First it was Doflamingo, now Buggy. It was a slap in the face, a public embarrassment to their control and reputation. At the same time, in a remote part of the New World, Saint Saturn landed on a quiet island. Standing at the edge of the dock was a short, hunched woman with sharp eyes, Miss Bakken. Saturn's tone was grave. "Miss Bakken, I have a task for you." He tossed a folder onto the table. "Take your son, and destroy the Buggy pirates." They dared to ally themselves with the Dragon Hunters, unforgivable. Miss Bakken raised a brow, unfazed by Saburo's anger. "The Buggy pirates?" she repeated with a snort. "That crew's a joke. Weevil and I could flatten them in our sleep." She crossed her arms with a smug grin. "But if you want me to take action, the world government better have something in it for me." Saturn didn't hesitate. "Compensation?" he said coldly. "You'll get 500 million berries up front. Plus, I'll assign you a special combat unit, 300 elite soldiers. If the mission's a success, they'll be yours permanently." He stepped closer. "Finish the job, and I'll give you another 500 million berries and a noble title. You'll even be allowed to claim an allied nation for yourself." Miss Bakken's eyes glittered with greed. "Now that's more like it. I'll take the mission. Just give me the target's exact location." Saint handed her a sealed compass, an eternal pose pointing directly to Buggy's current location. "Take it," he said. "Leave now. We can't afford to waste time." Behind her, a group of warriors emerged, clad in special armor, their expressions cold, their presence heavy. A deadly force, armed and ready. When Miss Bakken saw the elite warriors standing before her, a flicker of surprise flashed across her face. 300 specially enhanced fighters. If they attacked the Buggy pirates head-on, there was no doubt in her mind, they'd wipe the floor with them. So why, of all things, was the world government going through the trouble of having her handle it? Her expression twisted in disbelief as she turned to one of the 5 elders. "Why aren't you doing this yourselves?" she asked bluntly. "With monsters like these, hell, you could send a dog in and still crush the Buggy pirates." She wasn't just being sarcastic. The implication was clear. She felt she was being played. "They don't think for themselves," one of the 5 elders, Saint Saturn, said calmly. "They need a commander. Someone experienced and tactful enough to mobilize them efficiently." He gave her a knowing look. "And in that regard, who could be more qualified than you, Miss Bacon?" Then, his expression darkened slightly. "As for why the others haven't stepped in, there's a more strategic reason. We cannot afford to let any of the remaining Shichibukai join the Dragon Hunter pirates." At that, Bacon's hostility cooled slightly. So that was it. With the world government on the back foot, it made sense they'd resort to caution and precision. Any mistake now could result in a devastating shift in power. "I understand." She gave a short nod, her expression returning to neutral. Then, without another word, she turned and led Weevil and the 300 elite combatants out of the hall, heading toward the sea. As she and her troops left, another of the 5 elders, Mars, stepped up beside Saint Saturn. "Are you sure about this?" Mars asked quietly. "Even if she can control those genetic warriors, she's not going to seriously damage the Dragon Hunter pirates." "She won't," Saint Saturn admitted, "but that's not the point." He turned, looking out a nearby window toward the sea. "I never intended for her to succeed." Mars narrowed his eyes. "Then what is the point?" "Simple. This is just the first phase. If the research we've conducted is effective, then soon, it won't matter how many pirates come knocking on our door." There was a quiet confidence in Saint Saturn's voice, and though Mars didn't know the details, he could tell, Saint Saturn was certain about something big. "Master Iamu's slumber is nearly at an end," Saint Saturn added. "If all goes well, he will awaken before the Dragon Hunters even reach Marihoa." He paused for a moment. "And when he does, we'll finally be able to show him what we've been working on. No more reacting. It's time the world government made its move." With those final words, Saint Saturn turned and vanished, sword in hand. Mars remained behind, his brow furrowed in thought. There were too many variables, and even among the 5 elders, unity was a fragile thing. Everyone had their own schemes. Lord Mars, came a voice from behind. One of the Celestial Guard soldiers, dressed in the formal black and gold of the Tenryubitos elite, approached and bowed. If we just stand idle, we may lose more ground. Mars raised a hand to silence him. Relax. Saint Saturn isn't the only one with cards to play. He narrowed his eyes. What's the progress on the operation I assigned to you? It's proceeding well, the guard, you, captain of the Celestial Guard, replied with a confident nod. We've discovered some promising individuals. One in particular stands out. Oh, Mars tilted his head. There's a black-clad swordsman wielding 2 blades, you said. His strength is exceptional. At the very least, he's already reached the level of the former Shichibukai. What's more, he's evolving. Evolving, yes. Since the beginning of the trials, his strength has been increasing steadily. His growth rate is astonishing. It's as if every battle unlocks more of his potential. Mars narrowed his eyes, intrigued. And his background? He's an orphan. No known affiliations. No history. He came to the selection site aboard a merchant vessel. He used to be a bounty hunter, and we've confirmed that with independent sources. Mars leaned back thoughtfully. In the world of pirates, being a nobody is nothing unusual. He turned fully toward you. What's his name? Kazuto, Tanjay replied slowly, though he also goes by Kirito. Kirito, Mars repeated. Interesting. All right. If you trust his capabilities, assign him as the captain of the selection unit. If he's unworthy, he'll be replaced soon enough. Yes, sir. I'm heading back now. The rest is up to you. With that, Mars left the chamber, his mind already focused on the next political storm brewing behind the scenes. The world nobles were growing restless. The dragon hunters had ignited a fire across the seas, and unless the world government struck back decisively, the flames would reach Marihoa. Yu boarded his ship immediately, heading to the training site where the final stages of selection were underway. And there he was. Kirigaya Kazuto, he said under his breath, stepping off the ship. Kirito stood on the open training grounds, twin blades in hand, executing a relentless flow of sword strikes. Each motion was smoother, faster, more refined than the last time Yu had seen him. Kirito paused when he noticed Yu's arrival, sheathing his swords and approaching with a calm, polite smile. Examiner, he said respectfully. His demeanor was impeccable, cool-headed, respectful, charismatic. And yet beneath that smile, Yu couldn't shake the feeling there was something more. Dangerous, even. I've reported your performance to the 5 elders, Yu said. Effective immediately, you've been appointed captain of the current selection unit. He smiled. Congratulations, Captain Kirigaya Kazuto. Kirito's eyes widened slightly, feigning surprise. Captain. He echoed. I'll do my best. I won't let you down. He bowed lightly. So easy, Kirito thought inwardly. That was almost too easy. He reached into his coat, pulling out a sealed command order marked with a dragon insignia, the Dragon Hunt Order. He pressed his thumb against it. Aboard the divine vessel known as the Ship of Gods. Kirito has sent word. Shino, Rika. You two have spent the most time with him and know his fighting style best. You'll join this operation as well. Ryunosuke's tone was light, but his eyes were sharp. Also, anyone bored on this ship? The moment his voice fell, Uvajin and Ban stepped forward without hesitation. While others seemed tempted, none contested their initiative. Uvajin, Ban, Ryunosuke said, nodding. Shino and Rika will be under your protection. You're both hot-headed, so let Shino call the shots for this mission. His gaze turned toward the group standing quietly to the side. Crollo, your phantom troop has the largest force assembled right now. It's time to move. We're entering phase 2. Get going. Yes, Captain, Crollo responded immediately. Soon after, the Ship of Gods deployed its smaller sub-ships, assigning navigators to each unit. One by one, they set off toward their destinations across the sea. Back on the main deck, someone voiced a pressing concern. Captain, isn't it strange that the celestial dragons trusted Kirito so quickly? By now, everyone on board referred to Kirigaya Kazuto by his chosen name, Kirito. That was how Shino and Rika addressed him, and the name had stuck. They don't trust him, Ryunosuke replied bluntly. That's exactly why Shino and Rika are being sent to back him up. They'll help solidify his position. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Once Kirito earns their trust and assumes his role among them, the fog will start to lift. We'll gain insight into their plans. He folded his arms. Mark my words, the world government is definitely plotting something. Despite his calm exterior these past few days, Ryunosuke had never once let down his guard. His eyes were fixed on the movements of the world government. Outside of a so-called special recruitment campaign, they had been eerily quiet. Even when Ryunosuke's explosive livestream had rattled the world stage, they issued no public response, suspiciously silent. They've most likely already contacted their allied nations, he muttered, scheming something out of sight. That, ultimately, was why he chose Kirito for the undercover mission. Why Kirito? First, he had to be someone from within the Dragon Hunter pirates. Loyalty had to be unquestionable. Second, he had to be someone unknown to the outside world. The world government's intelligence network was too efficient to risk a recognizable face. Third, he needed to be calm, smart, and resilient. A thinker, not just a fighter. Only Kirito fit all three conditions. The Phantom Troop members, too volatile. Leona? With her beauty, the celestial dragons wouldn't make her a guard, they'd make her a concubine. Kirito was the ideal choice. Soon after issuing his commands, Ryunosuke watched as each sub-ship sailed into the distance. That's when Najina approached him. Captain, are we really fine being left so understaffed? She hesitated, worry flickering in her eyes. Even the 7 deadly sins from 4th Division are out on assignment. If we get attacked now. She didn't finish her sentence, but the concern was clear. A sudden ambush would put them at a disadvantage. Relax, Ryunosuke said with quiet confidence. They're all spread out, but if anyone tries to sneak up on us. He grinned. Do you really think any of our people would allow them to get close unharmed? He wasn't bluffing. Even spread thin, his crew were monsters in combat. Unless the world government sent their entire main force to strike at once, something their pride would never permit, he wasn't worried. A nervous voice chimed in from the side. While you're discussing top-secret military movements, can I not be here? It was Buggy, standing stiffly like a terrified squirrel caught in a storm. His face was pale. The more he heard, the more he wanted to disappear. If the Dragon Hunter pirates thought he might leak this intel, well, there'd be no Buggy left. Buggy, Ryunosuke said with a chuckle, you don't need to worry. We don't have any treasure that'd interest you anyway. You got nothing to gain and nothing to betray. He smiled casually, then returned to his training, completely unconcerned. Meanwhile, on the island of Valrona. Remember, our purpose is to protect nobles of all kinds. You've all done this kind of work before, but this time, it's different. The ones we're protecting are the celestial dragons. And the enemies we'll face are no ordinary pirates. They're the Dragon Hunter pirates. The man delivering this briefing was none other than Kirito himself. He stood confidently before the newly assembled Celestial Dragon Guard. Though he still looked youthful, even a little unpolished, none doubted his ability. In a world where power commands respect, age is irrelevant. Kirito had already demonstrated his superiority in strength. That alone was enough for the others to follow him without question. People don't place their lives in the hands of the weak. And in this world, following the strong came naturally. Not bad, huh? Yu grinned smugly. Told you I wouldn't recommend someone unreliable. Kirito's a solid captain. His confidence in his judgment was practically glowing. It was his reputation on the line, after all. Kirito's stellar performance reflected well on him. True, another guard member said with a nod. But, what about his identity, his past? Relax, Yu interrupted. They're just part of the outer guard. They won't get near anything sensitive. He shrugged. If he keeps performing like this, who cares about his background? This sea's full of people with no identity. Orphans, slaves, drifters. Pirates raise villages and wipe out records. It happens all the time. As long as he's not tied to any known crimes, we'll overlook the rest. The logic was cold, but practical. Yu glanced over at Kirito, watching him finish his lecture and begin organizing training teams. He was surprised to see group drills being introduced. In this world, most strength came from individual training. Group combat training was rare, and often inefficient. But Kirito's methods were clearly structured. He was preparing them not just as individual fighters, but as a unit. Ryunosuke wasted no time selecting 3 people from the trainees to serve as his combat partners. The first was a man nicknamed Iron Man, who had eaten the iron fruit. His ability granted him an incredible level of defense. When combined with armament haki, he was practically a walking fortress. His name was Gal, and his role in the squad was clear: a moving shield to anchor their formation. The other 2 were agile swordsmen, Disos and Yakana, both renowned for their lightning-fast footwork. While they couldn't quite match Ryunosuke's speed, they weren't far behind. Armed with lightweight swords, their specialty lay in hit-and-run tactics and battlefield disruption. With their mobility and precision, they complemented Ryunosuke's power perfectly. All 4 began intensive coordination training. 5 days later. "Captain Yu, the drills are complete. Please inspect us," Kirito reported, standing proudly with his team of 239 warriors. Compared to 5 days ago, this unit was unrecognizable. Their fighting spirit had undergone a complete transformation. The pressure of having to face off against the dragon hunter pirates had clearly worked. After all, this wasn't just some internal exercise. These men were selected specifically to counter the overwhelming might of the dragon hunters. Not that they'd be the only ones sent into battle, but even among hundreds, they couldn't afford to be weak. Yu nodded, stepping forward with a grin. "All right then, let's see what you've got." He drew his sword, coating it with a dense layer of armament haki. "Form a line. Any of you can come at me. Don't hold back, I want your full strength. If you're afraid of hurting me, then you're not strong enough." A few warriors stepped forward. Yu recognized them. Not the best, not the worst, solid middle-tier fighters, but they had potential. "Good," Yu said, raising his sword. "Let's begin." Boom! Before he could finish, a massive figure slammed into him like a cannonball. It was a hulking man whose bulk wasn't just fat, it was muscle reinforced by haki and raw power. A series of explosive strikes followed, forcing Yu back several steps. He wasn't seriously injured, but his pride definitely took a hit. Still, Yu laughed. "Ha, not bad." He wasn't angry, in fact, he was thrilled. This was exactly what he was looking for. Warriors hungry to fight. The old dragon guards, former lackeys of the world government, had grown soft from comfort and politics. They were rusty, dull. These new recruits, they were the fresh blood he needed to shake the rust off the old guard. "Don't stop now," Yu shouted. "Are you just going to stand there while the enemy regains their footing? In real combat, hesitation gets you killed. Strike fast. Strike clean. Kill in one blow." "Captain, you've already lost," the voice came from behind. Yu spun around, and froze. 4 swords, all coated in armament haki, were pressed against his back. A woman stepped forward, grinning. "I'm the user of the water mirror fruit," she explained. "It allows me to create water-based reflections and switch places with them." All 4 of us were reflected behind you the entire time. The ones you were watching? Just mirror images. Their bulky teammate had created the perfect distraction, blunt, loud, and overwhelming. It allowed the others to flank undetected. Yu burst into laughter. "Fantastic. I didn't expect that 4 of the so-called weaker ones would pull off such a clean victory. Captain Kirito, well done." He turned to his right-hand officer. "Bedos, gather the rest of the dragon guards. Have them fight against Kirito's team." "But Captain," Bedos protested, her voice tinged with worry. "Some of them have close ties with the celestial dragons. If we pit them against these trainees and they lose." "So what?" Yu cut her off coldly. "Shlick." Before she could finish her sentence, Yu beheaded her. The other guards froze in horror. This woman was nothing more than a toy for the celestial dragons. He spat. She dared defy a direct order, thinking her connections would save her. Now look. He turned to Kirito and the others. "If you beat the current dragon guards, their positions are yours. You'll no longer be trainee guards. You'll become full-fledged members. Prove yourselves." Kirito stepped forward, a smirk tugging at his lips. "We all know where the current guards are stationed, right?" His voice turned icy. "When we spar with them, things might get messy. Some hands might slip. Accidents might happen. Are you all prepared for that? A chorus of voices responded in unison. We're ready, Captain Kirito. Their eyes gleamed with green fire. Under Kirito's command, they'd learned not only to fight, but to fight together. Their teamwork had reached the point where their combined strength was more than the sum of their parts. Then go. Show no mercy. With a shout, the group surged forward toward the Dragon Guard base like a storm of blades and fury. You watched them go, satisfied, and then, crack. A bullet tore through the air, hitting the ground where Yu had just been standing. His instincts kicked in, and he dodged just in time. His eyes narrowed. A sniper, but this shot was different. It wasn't wild or destructive, it was precise, surgical. That wasn't the work of mine, the pink-haired cannon queen of the dragon hunters. This meant something worse. There was another sniper. A new threat. A new monster. Yo, what are you looking at? A lazy, mocking voice drifted into Yu's ears. He turned slowly. And then his heart dropped. Ban, the undead demon. Panic set in. This wasn't a drill anymore. It was a bloodbath in the making. Kirito, turn your forces around. The dragon hunters are attacking, Yu shouted, scrambling backward. But it was too late. Shink. A blue-white blade pierced his body clean through. Yu gasped, blood spilling from his lips. Kirito, he choked. Why? The man he'd praised, the man he'd elevated, looked down on him with cold, unwavering eyes. It was obvious. Kirito couldn't have missed. With his level of swordsmanship, striking Yu's heart would have been effortless. But this wasn't about killing. The dragon hunters killed our respected guard captain, Kirito roared. Everyone, fight with me. Take down the dragon hunter pirates in front of us. He pointed his sword toward the battlefield. Forget the other celestial dragon guards. They're not worth your time. Those who had been planning to challenge the celestial guards suddenly changed direction. Compared to defeating a bunch of cowards, crushing the infamous dragon hunter pirates would prove their strength far more effectively. Without hesitation, the crowd of trainees surged forward, engaging the dragon hunters with renewed vigor. Naturally, the strongest among them clashed with Uvajin and Ban, two of the fiercest warriors under Ryunosuke's flag. If left unchecked, those two alone could lay waste to half an army. That meant Kirito had to face them personally. And with the whole battle unfolding around him, it was time to put his acting skills to the test. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Guard base, the guard captain was killed? Impossible. He's the chief, his strength is top tier. Don't forget, they're fighting the dragon hunter pirates. Panic set in. Some guards gripped their weapons tighter, while others exchanged anxious glances. Should we go out there? Are you crazy? We'll be next? Why don't we just evacuate, let those idiots do the dying? That thought spread like wildfire. And so, in the dead of night, the so-called elite celestial guards abandoned their post like rats from a sinking ship. They made a beeline for the harbor where their fast ships waited, faster, they believed, than anything the dragon hunters had brought. After all, this wasn't even the main fleet. As long as we can get away, one of them muttered, we'll be fine. Whatever happened next, they figured, wasn't their problem anymore. A few hours later, deep in the heart of Mary Joieuse. Purururu pururu, the Den Den Mushi rang as Saturn sat back in his office. When he saw the caller ID, his face twisted in fury. Morgans, you've got some nerve calling me. He slammed a fist on the desk. Do you realize how much damage your last broadcast did to the world government? One ally falling to the dragon hunters is bad enough. But live streaming it? You made us a global laughingstock? Morgans, ever calm, replied, we were threatened by the dragon hunter pirates. If I hadn't complied, I probably wouldn't even be alive to make this call. I get that you're angry, and I know forgiveness is a stretch, but I still want to do the right thing. He paused, then added, turn on your video snail. There's something you need to see. Despite his rising blood pressure, Saturn tapped the visual feed on. What he saw made his stomach churn. The official celestial guards, the ones under his command, were fleeing toward the sea in full retreat. Meanwhile, the new celestial guards were fighting bravely, holding the line alongside the other squad members. The image was humiliating. Those cowards had been trained under his watch. Once a symbol of power, they had become nothing more than parasites, useless and disgraceful. And if this footage were to spread, the other 5 elders would never let him live it down. His jaw clenched. "Morgans," he asked coldly, "did you show this video to anyone else?" "No," the newsbird replied. "You're the only one who's seen it." "Good. Keep it that way." Saturn took a deep breath. "I'll accept your apology, for now. Just don't leak any more of this. Not a single frame." And with that, he ended the call, face dark as storm clouds. Morgans chuckled. Even the 5 elders still care about their image. Well then, this next act is going to be very entertaining. He turned back to his notes, eyes gleaming with anticipation. From the moment Ryunosuke formed the Dragon Hunter Pirates, Morgans had tracked every step, every recruitment, every battle. Only the very beginning remained a mystery. When Ryunosuke famously roasted a news coup for fun, everything else had been doented. No one in the world had a clearer picture of the threat Ryunosuke posed. "This world's about to get a whole lot more exciting," Morgans whispered. Back at the harbor, just as the deserters' ships prepared to launch. "Purururu pururu," the Den Den Mushi buzzed again. "Lord Saturn," came the panicked voice on the other end. The fleeing celestial dragon guards were ambushed at sea by the Dragon Hunter pirates. They're all gone. The remaining forces are still fighting the Dragon Hunters division members, but it looks bad. Saturn listened silently. "Understood. Thank you, Morgans." He stood, eyes cold and resolute. "If you handle things well this time," he said quietly, "I'll make sure the world government protects you." Then, without another word, he marched out, with his personal guard in tow, heading straight for the battlefield. Late that night, the battlefield was silent. The fight was over. The ground was littered with bodies, some belonging to the Celestial Dragon Guards, others to the Dragon Hunter pirates. Kirito stood tall, bloodied but composed. He faced the surviving recruits and offered words not of sorrow, but strength. "Collect our fallen comrades and bury them with honor," he ordered. "They died for their beliefs. We won't mourn, we'll grow stronger. We must become stronger. We will make the Dragon Hunters pay for this in blood." The troops saluted, many of them clearly shaken but inspired by his resolve. Unbeknownst to Kirito, someone had been watching. Saturn had arrived, silently, sometime during the speech. And Kirito only sensed him after it was too late. A cold sweat broke across his back. The pressure from this man, it was suffocating. Kirito knew, if this turned into a fight, he'd be dead before he could blink. "Kirigaya Kazuto," Saturn said evenly, trainee captain of the Celestial Guard. "You've done well." He paused, then gave his verdict. "From this moment on, you are an official Celestial Dragon Guard, and your entire unit will be promoted with you. I'll bring the rest of the guards here. You'll train with them. How far you rise will depend on your own strength." Kirito froze in place. He hadn't expected this. This wasn't a punishment. It was recognition. Saturn, one of the most powerful men in the world, was acknowledging him. Because today, for the first time, the Dragon Hunter pirates had left survivors behind. Because today, someone fought back and didn't die. And Saturn was watching. He was impressed. After the battle, Kirito departed, taking with him the survivors and the fallen members of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke and his crew had arrived at a particularly strange part of the sea. "Captain, we're getting close to the waters around the Valley of the Gods," Najenda reported, her gaze fixed ahead. "Should we head straight in?" She hesitated. "But, look at that." A dense, pale fog loomed on the horizon, blanketing the ocean like a wall. Najenda's expression turned uneasy. Fog wasn't unheard of at sea, but it was rare, and usually brief. This, however, had been visible from miles away, and even now, as their ship sailed closer, the fog showed no signs of thinning. Everyone knew that navigating the sea without clear visibility was dangerous. Even with an eternal compass, unpredictable sea conditions could easily throw them off course, or worse. Ryunosuke turned to Nijiko, who was silently studying a sea chart. "Nijiko, any idea what we're looking at?" "I noticed the fog early on," she said, finally breaking her silence. "I've been cross-referencing old records, but..." She closed the chart and shook her head. "There's no documentation of fog behaving like this. But I can tell you one thing for certain, this isn't natural, it's alive." "Alive?" Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. Nijiko nodded and stepped to the bow, pointing toward the mist. It's rhythmic. Breathing, almost. You wouldn't notice unless you were sensitive to the flow of the sea. Ryunosuke squinted ahead. Now that she mentioned it, the fog did have a subtle pulse, like it was inhaling and exhaling. That's not just your average sea haze, he muttered. No, it's likely the work of a deep-sea mirage whale, Nijiko explained, pulling out a worn notebook. She flipped through its pages until she landed on a hand-drawn sketch of an enormous whale engulfed in mist. They're a type of sea king. Rare, elusive. When they linger in one spot, they release a dense fog that covers both the surface and the seabed. Anything that wanders into it usually doesn't come back out. Ryunosuke studied the image. So, if we just charge in, we risk being eaten? A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Well, if it's just a sea king. His eyes flicked to Akame, who was already unsheathing her blade with a hungry gleam in her eye. She clearly saw the whale as potential dinner. Suddenly, Kobayashi, the ship's mascot and a small, strange creature who rarely spoke, tugged at Ryunosuke's coat. Captain, they're in pain. Ryunosuke blinked. What do you mean? You can hear them? I can't hear them, Kobayashi said, clutching his chest. But I can feel it, they're crying. Another voice joined in, Rem, the second mascot, her demonic heritage giving her strong extrasensory perception. I can hear them. They're being held captive, chained. Ryunosuke's expression turned serious. If both mascots were reacting, Nijiko's theory had to be true. All right. I'll check it out myself. Without hesitation, Ryunosuke leapt into the water. The moment he entered the sea, a strange energy wrapped around his body, and to his surprise, he could breathe underwater. He quickly opened his system interface. Behind his name, the words, Joyboy, glowed brightly. So that's it, being acknowledged by Shirahoshi as Joyboy had granted him special privileges in the sea. Breathing underwater was just one of them. He pushed forward through the currents, diving deeper into the dense mist below. Visibility was horrible. Barely 3 meters ahead. Even with his observation haki, he could only detect a faint area around him. The fog wasn't just visual, it actively suppressed haki perception. Navigating through the clouded depths, he eventually reached a pocket of clear space. There, suspended in silence, was a colossus, a deep-sea mirage whale. The enormous creature floated in the hollow, fog-free space. It was unlike anything he'd seen, a true leviathan, its body rivaling the size of an island. Ryunosuke's observation haki now clearly revealed the creature's full form. And he saw what bound it, massive chains of sea stone. Sea stone, and in this quantity? Ryunosuke frowned. Only one organization would waste such a valuable resource on something like this, the world government. To bury the secrets of the Valley of the Gods, they were willing to imprison a mirage whale? That alone proved whatever they were hiding was worth more than any cost. TCH. Typical. Drawing his blade, Ryunosuke coated it with armament haki. With a single slash, he cut through the sea stone chain like it was paper. The fog around him trembled. Suddenly, a violent underwater current surged outward. Ryunosuke braced himself. If he'd been weaker, he'd have been swept away to who knows where. Before him, the massive whale turned. Bzzrrr, king. A low, strange cry echoed through the water, directed at him. It wasn't a normal sound. It carried emotion, gratitude, maybe, or a warning. But Ryunosuke couldn't understand it. His observation haki hadn't reached the level where he could hear the voice of all things. Observation haki could evolve in many directions, predicting the future, sensing emotions, hearing the thoughts of living beings. But Ryunosuke had yet to unlock which path his would take. Still, something about the whale's gaze felt meaningful. And then, in the distance, more fog, he narrowed his eyes. This wasn't the only mirage whale here. There were others, also imprisoned. Ryunosuke didn't hesitate. He swam toward the next pocket of fog, blade in hand, ready to cut through the chains of silence. One mirage whale at a time. 2 days had passed. Captain, nothing happened to him, right? Leonie stood near the bow, her brows furrowed in concern. It's been 2 days. The fogs finally started to clear, but why hasn't Captain Ryunosuke come back up yet? Clutching her imperial weapon, she tried to sense his aura, anything that could confirm he was still down there. But there was nothing, not a trace. Akame, standing beside her, crossed her arms. Leonie, you don't know brother Ryunosuke like I do. If he hasn't surfaced yet, it just means he's found something important down there. Her tone was confident, but her eyes betrayed her anxiety. She was worried too, just trying harder not to show it. Leonie raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint flashing across her face. Akame, you like the captain, don't you? What? Akame blinked rapidly, flustered. Of course I do. I mean, it's not a big deal, right? It's totally normal to like someone like him. I'm not talking about admiration or hero worship, kid, Leonie said, walking up behind her and whispering in her ear. I'm talking about the kind of love between a man and a woman. Akame's face went bright red. That kind of. Her hands flew to her chest, eyes wide. Is that really what I'm feeling? Huh. You're so easy to tease, Leonie chuckled, ruffling Akame's hair. Actually, mine chimed in, not missing a beat. I think love's always kinda sneaky. Like that idiot Tatsumi. I don't even know what I like about him, but here we are. Oi! Tatsumi scratched his head awkwardly from the side. Can you not throw me under the bus like that? Before the banter could continue, a calm voice spoke from behind them. The fog's completely gone now. It was Najiko. Standing beside her were Kobayashi and Rem, who nodded in agreement. The barrier's broken. They're free now, no more sorrow. Their synchronized words made everyone turn to the front of the ship. In an instant, Najiko dashed forward and took control of the helm of the ship of gods. With practiced ease, she adjusted the direction, heading toward a location marked on their map. Soon, in the distance, a tall figure appeared, standing not on the water but on something else. As they drew closer, they realized the truth. Ryunosuke was standing atop the head of a massive sea creature. None other than a deep-sea mirage whale, its enormous body barely visible beneath the waves. You're late, Ryunosuke said with a small smile, his cloak billowing in the sea breeze. Najiko, full speed ahead. If the winds are with us, we'll reach the Valley of the Gods by nightfall. He crouched down, patting the whale's head gently. You all did well. But it's time to return to the depths. This world isn't yours anymore. The mirage whale let out a soft cry of gratitude, then slowly turned and disappeared beneath the waves. One by one, 12 more followed suit. 13 in total, each one massive and ancient, now freed from whatever force had bound them. That many were tied up here. Mine gasped. What kind of place is this? Ryunosuke stepped back onto the ship of gods. The world government must place extreme importance on this area, he said, brushing the water off his coat. To imprison 13 mirage whales, that's not something done on a whim. Rem approached him. Captain, before they left, the whale said something. I couldn't fully understand it, but I think it was. Under the Red Earth continent. The Red Earth continent, Ryunosuke muttered, his expression darkening with thought. He stared out toward the distant red strip that split the ocean in two like a scar. The Red-Line continent, an unnatural landmass that divided the Grand Line, home to the Holy Land of Marihoa and, according to legend, many long-lost races. But what was beneath it? There's someone who might know, Ryunosuke murmured. He reached into his coat and pulled out a den mushi. Somewhere on News Island, in a room cluttered with papers, newspapers, and surveillance photos, Big News Morgans was still hard at work. Yes, still on News Island. Because, as any cunning survivor knew, the most dangerous place was often the safest. No one would expect the world's most infamous journalist to stay put in the eye of the storm. Reeing. The den mushi on his desk chirped to life. Morgans glanced at the name. Captain Ryunosuke, he picked it up, curious. Don't you have better things to do than bother a humble newsman like me? Cut the nonsense, Ryunosuke's voice came through, serious. I need every scrap of intel you've got on the Red Line. Name your price. Morgans blinked, then leaned back in his chair, intrigued. What's got you interested in that old relic? Ryunosuke didn't hesitate. One of the Sea Kings spoke to me. Said to pay attention to what's underneath it. Silence. Even the den mushi blinked, stunned. Morgan's heart skipped a beat. Did he just say, the Sea King spoke to him? That could only mean one thing. The voice of all things? The journalist didn't ask directly. He just scribbled the theory into his notebook. Well, Morgans chuckled, recovering. Now I'm even more curious. Fine. I'll send a newsbird your way with everything I've got. Appreciated, Ryunosuke said. But be warned. I'm not the only one poking around the red line. Before Morgans could respond, a loud ringing interrupted him. Another Den Mushi buzzed to life. World Government Line. TCH, Morgans clicked his tongue. Guess that's my cue. Let's talk again soon, Captain. The call ended. Morgans stared at the two Den Mushi, one from a pirate, the other from the most powerful political machine in the world. He let out a low whistle, just when he thought he'd seen it all. Ryunosuke, he muttered. What the hell are you? He pulled out a thick leather-bound notebook, flipping to the pages labeled Dragon Hunter Pirates, Profiles. Each page was packed with information, names, abilities, bounties, backgrounds. But even this book felt incomplete. New members appeared every few weeks. Power levels surged beyond prediction, and none of the records from the world government matched what he'd seen with his own eyes. After hanging up the call, Ryunosuke pulled out the dragon hunting order from inside his coat. His gaze sharpened, his voice calm and decisive. Everyone, he said, when you fight, suppress your strength by half. A beat of silence followed. Also, start building new identities. Pass them around quickly, make them stick. He paused, then added, this world is divided into 4 seas. Go scout them out and gather intel yourselves. The message quickly rippled through the crew. Suppress our strength? Phaeton echoed, raising an eyebrow as he folded his umbrella. Captain thinks we're being too flashy? From what he understood, in this kind of world, the stronger you appeared, the better. I don't know, Crollo said calmly. He must have his reasons. Whatever. Phaeton shrugged. Not like we need our full strength to deal with these small fry. Right, Maki, Crollo turned to the woman beside him. Did he talk? Maki, still playing with the half-dead man using her silk threads, sighed in irritation. Almost done. But seriously, why not just read his memory, Captain? Why make me play with trash like this? They were currently holed up in a quiet port town. A luxurious ship sat anchored at the docks. Its cargo, none other than heavenly gold, tribute bound for Marihoa. Under normal circumstances, a ship like this would be escorted by top-tier marine forces. Admirals, even. But the navy was stretched thin thanks to the chaos caused by the dragon hunter pirates. The world government, in a rare miscalculation, had decided to take matters into their own hands. They thought removing official escorts might confuse the pirates long enough to sneak shipments through. Wrong move. The Phantom Troop had just landed, and they knew what heavenly gold meant. If the world government was demanding more tribute, it only meant one thing: they were low on resources. So why not cut them off? Maki, spill the intel, Crollo ordered. We're about ready to make our move, Phaeton added. Question is, what sea do we claim to be from? Crollo mused. East Blue, like the captain. Or do we choose somewhere else? The calm belt, Phaeton said without hesitation. It reminds me of Meteor Street, abandoned, lawless. Makes sense. Agreed, Shizuku chirped as she dragged a corpse toward her vacuum cleaner. Her ability absorbed energy from the remains, strengthening her with every cleanup. It's mysterious. People won't question it. Crollo nodded. All right, we're from the calm belt. And we're from the Meteor Empire. Phaeton added with a grin. Sounds legit enough for these fools. Hey, don't ignore me, Maki snapped. That guy said this shipment is headed to the kingdom of Bijis. It's the closest ally to Mary Joieuse. Lots of other nations are stopping there too. A tribute hub, huh? Crollo smirked. Perfect. He turned toward the crew. The Phantom Troop of the Meteor Empire. Let's make sure the world remembers that name. With that, they disappeared into the shadows. Meanwhile, Captain said to suppress our strength, Ban muttered, scratching his head. But we haven't even used our full power once. Even when they fought Feng Yue, none of them had gone all out. If they had, that man wouldn't have escaped so easily. Just do what he says, Escanor replied with his usual calm. Half strength means we go even easier than before. Meliodas furrowed his brow. But what's the point of making up identities? He glanced at Ban and Escanor. Either of you have a clue? Why are you looking at us? Ban chimed in with a lazy smirk. I'm just here to fight. I'll leave the planning to the captain. The dragon hunter pirates didn't complain. They trusted Ryunosuke. If he said act, they acted. If he said lie low, they vanished like ghosts. His only real rule? Don't let the dragon hunter pirates be humiliated. You can bully others, but never get bullied. The crew received the message loud and clear. Moments later, chaos resumed. At Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral, a breathless Marine, burst into Sakazuki's office, eyes wide. We tracked the Phantom Troop. They claim to be from a nation in the Calm Belt, something called the Meteor Empire. Sakazuki looked up sharply. Meteor Empire? From the Calm Belt? That was a problem. The Calm Belt was a nightmare. Infested with sea kings and impossible to sail without special tech. If someone had built a nation there, and kept it hidden all this time. Another officer ran in. Admiral, we've uncovered more. The 4th Division, Ban claims to be from the Red Line, and Escanor from the West Blue. Still nothing solid on their captain yet. Sakazuki's brow twitched, but one fact stood out. Ryunosuke, their captain, was from the Goa Kingdom in East Blue. Finally, a lead. But then again, Garp was from the East Blue. If things escalated, Sakazuki might find himself on the opposite end of Garp's fist. And that was not a fight he wanted. He sat back in his chair, eyes narrowing as report after report flooded his desk. Sakazuki never imagined that becoming the fleet admiral would mean dealing with a circus every single day. The Navy was supposed to be the mightiest force on the sea, but lately, it felt more like babysitting a group of headless chickens. As he reviewed the mess in front of him, piles of reports, failed operations, and insubordination from the very Marines who were supposed to uphold justice, Sakazuki clenched his fists. Am I really making the right decisions? He muttered, eyes narrowing at the names on the Doans. Borsellino seemed more competent than him these days, and the so-called consultants like Sengoku were only dragging things further down. Their every move stirred unrest among the younger officers. At this rate, restoring the Navy to its former glory was becoming a pipe dream. But Sakazuki wasn't one to let dreams die. His eyes darkened with determination. If the old system had to burn for the Navy to rise again, so be it. Meanwhile, far from the drama of Navy HQ, the dragon hunter pirates had arrived at the legendary Valley of the Gods. The island, no, the continent before them, was colossal. Even Ryunosuke, whose observation haki surpassed even Enel's in sheer range, couldn't sense the entirety of it. Spreading his holy wings, Ryunosuke soared into the sky. From above, he could barely make out the terrain. The rear half of the island was shrouded in a dense fog, impenetrable even to his haki. He finally understood why so many powerful beings had clashed here and yet failed to destroy it. This landmass wasn't just massive, it was unyielding. "Buggy, this one's yours," Ryunosuke said as he landed beside the eccentric clown captain. Their treasure map only hinted at the Valley of the Gods' location, not its contents. Finding the actual treasure required a different skill set, one that Buggy had in spades. "Ryunosuke, who do you think I am? A tool?" Buggy shot him a sour look. "Let's talk about the treasure split first, shall we?" He was clearly annoyed at being treated like an errand boy. After all, he'd accepted Ryunosuke wouldn't just squash him like a bug. But that didn't mean he liked being bossed around. "How dare you speak to our captain like that?" Before Ryunosuke could reply, the 1st Division had already drawn their imperial weapons. Even Rem, sweet and soft-spoken, had whipped out her oversized ball and chain. All right. Whatever Captain Buggy says goes," Ryunosuke said, raising a hand. "Just don't waste time, I have other things to do." Ryunosuke had no interest in gold or jewels. The dragon hunter pirates were already wealthy. As for gear or weapons, his crew was their own arsenal. He could hand over every bit of treasure here and not blink. "Good," Buggy beamed. "All right, boys, get your gear ready, we're diving in." His underlings snapped to attention, donning all sorts of treasure hunting tools. Then, following their colorful captain, they charged into the island. The coastline still bore deep scars from ancient battles, splintered hulls, shattered weapons, and cracked stones that echoed stories of glory and defeat. Despite the vegetation being thick and wild, Bucky wasn't fazed. This was his element. He quickly stepped onto one of his crewmates and floated above the dense forest, guiding the group. Soon, they emerged onto a vibrant grassland. Buggy frowned. That couldn't be right. He hadn't seen any grassland from above earlier. He flew up again to confirm. As I thought, he muttered. From the sky, it was a rocky slope with no plant life. But back on the ground, the lush grassland returned. Something's off here, he muttered. Before he could share his suspicions, Buggy's eyes narrowed. He slipped on a pair of gloves and pulled out long black needles from a pouch carried by one of his crew. Sea stone needles? Ryunosuke asked, eyebrows raised. Buggy didn't reply. He jammed a needle into the earth. The illusion shattered. The vibrant greenery dissolved into endless dunes of yellow sand. Ryunosuke blinked. For a second, he wondered if they'd accidentally stumbled into Alabasta. It's a rare demonic mirage, Buggy explained, smirking. Sea stone disrupts the effect. We're definitely in the right place. There's treasure here. A lot of it. The great Captain Buggy, the great Captain Buggy. His crew immediately erupted into cheers, never missing a chance to flatter him. Basic operation, Buggy said proudly, puffing out his chest as he led the way forward. To Ryunosuke's surprise, when Buggy acted cool, he really looked the part. With such a skilled treasure-hunting crew in charge, Ryunosuke relaxed. All he had to do was follow them until he found what he came for. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the ground trembled. Massive auras surged up from beneath the sand. What now? Ryunosuke muttered. Sand sea mantises, Buggy yelled, his voice carrying both recognition and annoyance. Dozens of the monstrous insectoids burst from the ground. Each swing of their blades matched the power of a novice swordsman. There were at least 70. Buggy cracked his neck and grinned. Oh right, Ryunosuke recalled. This guy's a split fruit user. Buggy charged straight into the fray. His limbs flew apart, blades clashed, and bombs exploded in spectacular fashion. Boom. 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 Within moments, the sand mantises lay defeated, scattered across the desert floor. Buggy looked down at the lifeless beasts sprawled across the battlefield, a crooked smile forming on his lips. Pathetic, he muttered. These creatures couldn't even scratch me. No hockey, no brains, just muscle and fangs. Behind him, his loyal crew erupted in applause and exaggerated praise. As expected of the great Captain Buggy, just a flick of the wrist and those monsters turned to ash. Show those dragon hunters what real power looks like. Their chorus of flattery would have made excellent background noise on Earth. An elite squad of internet keyboard warriors turned hype men. Ryunosuke stepped forward, his gaze locked on the fading remnants of the battle. Captain Buggy, were those things on your treasure map? Nope, Buggy replied nonchalantly. Map just shows the route, that's it. He rubbed his chin, unfazed. Still, weird beasts in God Valley. Sounds about right. Clearly, Buggy had been through enough misadventures to find this madness almost routine. So, Ryunosuke said, eyes narrowing, do we keep moving? In the distance, the outer edge of the sandy terrain gave way to lush green grass. Unlike previous illusions, this felt real. Still, the demonic disturbances weren't entirely understood, though sea stone had proven useful in resisting their effects. Ryunosuke's senses flared. A powerful presence was ahead. This won't be easy, he thought grimly. Wait, Buggy suddenly froze. His face, once smug and animated, turned pale, trembling, eyes wide with fear. There was nothing visible before them, nothing at all, and yet, something had utterly shaken him. Then came the voice. Divine departure, that voice. It stopped Ryunosuke cold. Buggy knees buckled. It couldn't be. A devastating slash screamed through the air. Heavenly blade. Underworld flash. Ryunosuke drew both swords instantly, charging toward the oncoming attack. If that strike had hit Buggy and his crew, they'd be vaporized. The sound of steel clashing echoed across the landscape, followed by a blast of dust and wind. He's dead, right? Dragon hunters got wiped clean off the map. TCH. Acting all tough, look where that got them. Buggy crew, trembling but still alive, began to mock the situation, still clueless, still cocky. Too cocky. Buggy, drenched in cold sweat, turned to them, veins popping in his forehead. "You idiots! Shut up!" The crew froze. "You think you can mock them and live? Ryunosuke could erase all of us without even trying." They blinked in confusion. "But Captain, why are you?" "They're our allies," Buggy snapped. "Mocking your allies, especially ones this powerful, makes you fools, and worse, liabilities." He wasn't speaking for their benefit. His words were meant for the figure still hidden in the swirling dust. Ryunosuke, he was still standing, no doubt about it. And the dragon hunter pirates? They hadn't even flinched. One wrong word and Buggy whole crew could be gone. Then a familiar voice echoed out. "All right, Buggy. Cut the speech. Come over here and greet your captain." The crew blinked. "Captain?" Buggy face twisted in disbelief. "No way, it can't be." He ran forward, pushing through the fog. What he saw stopped him dead. There, standing like a statue of legend, was Gold D. Roger. Buggy's voice trembled. I saw you die. I saw it with my own eyes." His legs gave way. But Ryunosuke placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "It's not him," Ryunosuke said quietly. "Or at least, not anymore." "What do you mean? This is a construct. Something created using advanced technology. Probably like Bartholomew Kuma, turned into a machine." He scanned the figure again. Pacifists created through bloodline factor science. Mass-producible monsters with admiral-level firepower, and this one was made to look like Roger. "Those bastards," Buggy growled. Even after death, his captain's image was being used like a puppet. "Unforgivable." "Calm down," Ryunosuke said. "I still need your help to find the treasure." He adjusted his grip on his twin blades. "Leave the rest to me. His divine departure attack doesn't work on your body. But your observation haki won't help you dodge it either. So step back." Bang! As if triggered by Ryunosuke's movement, the Roger puppet lunged forward. Blades clashed in a titanic burst of force. This wasn't Roger's original sword, Ace, but it was still a powerful weapon coated with dense armament haki. Ryunosuke furrowed his brow. Not bad. A puppet with real bite. But it was only pressure, not danger. If this had been the real Roger, Ryunosuke would have been excited for the duel. But against a puppet, frozen verse, he stabbed his blue blade into the ground. An arctic wave spread like wildfire. The air turned thick with frost, moisture condensing into shimmering ice crystals. The Roger puppet began to slow, its joints freezing up. "That's the problem with machines," Ryunosuke said coldly, "they break. A shame you had to be modeled after a legend. Snowfall art, feather judgment." Thousands of glowing blades rained down like celestial feathers. The Roger puppet staggered, frozen, cracked, overwhelmed. And then, boom, it shattered. Just as Roger's puppet disintegrated before him, Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. Amidst the scattering fragments, something caught his attention, a black stone, pulsing faintly with power. Its energy was eerily similar to the unlimited white stone Kuina had once shown him. "Is this an infinity stone?" Ryunosuke muttered as he crouched down and picked up the obsidian-like shard. Without hesitation, he stashed Roger's lifeless puppet form into his personal space. Buggy, standing off to the side, had watched it all unfold. He knew Ryunosuke was the one who finished off the puppet. But even if he had questions, no, demands, he didn't dare voice them now. After all, it was Ryunosuke who defeated that monstrosity. Bang! Buggy suddenly dropped to his knees before him, catching Ryunosuke off guard. "Huh? Buggy, what are you doing?" Tears welled up in Buggy's eyes as he looked up at him, voice trembling. "Captain Ryunosuke, I want to ask a favor." Ryunosuke furrowed his brow in confusion. "A favor? Please, don't use the captain's body for anything disrespectful," Buggy pleaded. "Even if it wasn't really him. Even if that thing was just a puppet, he still deserves dignity." Ryunosuke was quiet for a moment. The man Buggy referred to, Roger, had indeed left a legacy that touched countless lives. The puppet may have been lifeless, but the memory it carried was sacred. "I understand," Ryunosuke said softly. "I won't dishonor him. But let's not forget, we still have work to do." He reached out and helped Buggy to his feet. A burst of energy exploded around him, clearing the lingering fog and dust. Seeing that he was unharmed, Najenda and the others rushed to his side. Though they had faith in his strength, it was still a relief to see it confirmed with their own eyes. "Kuina," Ryunosuke called. "Show me your white stone again." Kuina blinked, caught off guard. "Huh? Oh, okay." She pulled the white stone from its hiding place and handed it over, brushing her fingers gently against Ryunosuke's palm. The warmth from their brief contact flustered her, her cheeks tinting red. Though her feelings were complicated, her face betrayed her internal turmoil. But Ryunosuke's focus was already elsewhere. He examined both stones closely, the black one in his left hand, the white in his right. The energy they emitted wasn't identical, but similar enough to hint at a shared origin. Yes, this black stone was also an infinity stone. That made 4 known ones so far. Though he wasn't sure what this new black stone was capable of, its raw power was undeniable. It had mimicked divine evasion and even replicated Conqueror's Haki entanglement. The black stone could be the core. Here, Ryunosuke returned the white stone to Kuina, storing the black one safely in his own space. "Captain Ryunosuke," Buggy suddenly called out. "We found something ahead, a giant mountain blocking the way." He hesitated before continuing. "If we keep moving forward without a guide, we're likely to get lost. This place, it's like a maze." Ryunosuke raised a brow. "A mountain? That's right?" He smirked to himself. With so many abilities at his disposal, he had completely forgotten. He had just the thing for this situation. He lifted a finger. Rinnegan. The Rinnegan eye glowed brilliantly, and the illusory landscape transformed. The thick jungle was no longer a barrier. In its place stood a towering mountain, and carved directly into it, an entrance. "There it is," he said calmly. "Let's move." Without another word, Ryunosuke strode confidently toward the opening. The rest of the crew followed without hesitation. Buggy stared, stunned. He'd been searching blindly, but Ryunosuke had found it with a glance. Still, he jogged after them without complaint. Inside, soft light bathed the corridor. The source? Luminescent stones embedded in the walls, glittering like stardust. Even these things would sell for a fortune, someone muttered in awe. But Ryunosuke barely glanced at them. For him, wealth held no value, only power and purpose. After a brief walk, they emerged into a large chamber. At its center, a coffin. A coffin? Buggy gasped. This is supposed to be where the treasure is hidden, but... He rushed forward, kneeling beside it. The lid was already open, and it was empty. What the hell? Had someone gotten here before them? But that couldn't be right. The sea monsters and desert beasts guarding the entrance were untouched. If anyone had passed through, those things would have been destroyed. While Buggy panicked, Ryunosuke quietly extended his observation haki through the chamber. There, in a concealed corner, almost invisible, was a box. He teleported to it instantly, opened the lid, and found an eternal pose and a folded note. "What is this?" he muttered, unfolding the paper. "If you're reading this, it means you found what I left behind. I'm probably dead by now. But do you really think the world government can hide the truth forever? They never expected me to bury it here. Rox D. Zebek." Ryunosuke's eyes widened. Rox? The infamous captain of the Rox pirates? The one responsible for the Battle of God Valley? The eternal pose didn't point to a treasure, it pointed to a message. The king? Could the real reason behind the God Valley incident have been a battle for the throne? It explained everything. The world government, Pirate King Roger, Marine hero Garp, and Rox. All in one place, clashing violently. It had never made sense, until now. Ryunosuke's hand tightened on the note. This wasn't just about treasure. This was about history, secrets the world government wanted buried. He turned and offered the note to Buggy. The clown-like pirate blinked, stunned. "You should read this too. You came all this way, you deserve to know." But before Buggy could grab the paper, "Hey, Buggy," Ryunosuke called out, raising an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you're eyeing that coffin again?" Buggy froze, hand halfway to the casket, sheepish grin on his face. "What? It's not like we're leaving empty-handed. If there's no treasure, might as well bring back the box." Ryunosuke sighed. "You're unbelievable. This guy. If there were nothing left but dust, he'd probably bottle it up and sell it as ghost ashes from the legendary rocks. After hearing Ryunosuke's words, Buggy finally stopped fiddling with the items in his hands and walked over. Buggy's eyes widened as he read the map Ryunosuke handed him. His usual goofy expression was replaced by rare seriousness. So it's true. This treasure map actually contains something valuable. This is intel about the king, right? No wonder it felt important. Damn, this is practically a national treasure. Buggy exhaled slowly, awe written all over his face, then he shook his head. Alright, I'm backing out. I'm not touching anything that's connected to the world government, count me out. His eyes drifted to the corner of the room, but that coffin over there, it's weird. He walked over, giving it a cautious glance. I mean, look at it. Whether it's the materials or construction, I can't even lift it. Buggy scratched the back of his head, visibly embarrassed. Ryunosuke's gaze followed his. That coffin had been in plain view the whole time, and from the outside, it looked completely empty. No treasure, no corpse, nothing. Yet, Buggy, a man who had at least some mastery over armament hockey, couldn't even budge it? That alone was enough to ring alarm bells. Ryunosuke stepped forward and grabbed the edge of the coffin. Immediately, a dense, unnatural weight surged through his arm. Number wonder. It wasn't just heavy, it felt anchored to the earth, as if chained by some unseen force. Just then, a soft voice chimed in behind him. Captain, let me try. It was Rem. Though she looked delicate, Ryunosuke knew better than to judge her by appearances. He gave her a nod and stepped back. He could have forced it open himself, but since she offered, he was curious to see what she could do. Rem walked up, her fingers lightly brushing the coffin's surface. As she did, a black aura began to seep from her skin. Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. Ghost energy. It wasn't like the kind Zoro used in his Asura form. No, this was different, deeper. It was a demonic racial ability, not just a product of harsh training. A low, eerie rustling echoed through the room. Rustle, rustle. Black tendrils slithered out from beneath the coffin, spreading like ink across the stone floor. Yet, oddly enough, the moment they neared any person, they veered off, deliberately avoiding contact. Suddenly, from the front of the coffin, a cat-like head popped out. What the hell? The once inanimate coffin had transformed into something alive. Its main body was still the coffin, but writhing tentacles acted like limbs, and its feline head twitched with unnatural life. It was grotesque and surreal, like something straight out of folklore. Even for someone as unshakable as Ryunosuke, this thing gave off serious mythological vibes. Rem calmly stepped forward. This is a hell-sucking cat, she explained. A rare spectral creature from my world. Her eyes narrowed, puzzled. But why is it here? This isn't my world. Ryunosuke glanced at her. Does it have any special abilities? Rem nodded, her tone more serious now. It's used to preserve corpses, or living beings. As long as it's fed properly, it can keep the body in a state identical to the moment it was sealed inside. So it's like biological stasis? He muttered, thinking back to the intel Rox had left behind. Could the one sealed inside be the Heavenly King? But the coffin was so small, no, that didn't make sense. The Heavenly King was the strongest of the three kings. Even if he wasn't as massive as Pluton or Poseidon, he wouldn't be the size of a human. Ryunosuke shook his head, dismissing the thought, for now. Buggy, he said, pointing toward the ground. A fresh hole had opened up beneath where the hell-sucking cat had been. If you're thinking of keeping it, you'd better check that first. Buggy peeked inside and nearly choked. A massive underground chamber stretched beneath them, filled with hundreds of Sea King corpses, piled high, rotting and radiating decay. Gulp. Buggy swallowed hard. Yeah, no way was he feeding that thing. Not even if he sold the Grand Line. Rem spoke again, calmly. If it's not fed, it just goes dormant. You can store it and use it when necessary. But beware. If you use it on someone living, the nutrition supply must never stop. Once it's interrupted, it'll consume the person inside. Buggy went pale. Thanks, but I think I'll pass. I'd rather die gloriously in an explosion than get munched on by a demonic coffin. He turned to Ryunosuke and gave a small bow, rare for him. You and your dragon hunter pirates can keep this thing. We didn't find much in this expedition, but still, thanks, I mean it. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. Is this about Roger? Buggy hesitated, then nodded slightly. No need to thank me, Ryunosuke said softly. He was my brother's father. I would have done it anyway. He turned and began to walk away. I'll leave your ship to you. I've got something else to handle. With that, he vanished, taking the hell-sucking cat with him. One by one, the other dragon hunter crew members also disappeared into the shadows. Soon, only the Buggy pirates were left in the chamber. Oi, at least take us with you, Buggy yelled, chasing after them. Boom! A thunderous shockwave rocked the area. Buggy froze. That pressure, it was unmistakable. A storm of violent energy swept through the cave, followed by a deep, terrifying roar. Then, from the skies above, a massive shadow loomed. A giant Eastern-style dragon soared above them, its scales shimmering with power and its very presence suffocating. Buggy's jaw dropped. That's Kaido? The Beast King Kaido? Panic spread across the crew. No intel had warned them of this. Why was a Yonko showing up now? Kaido hovered in the sky, releasing a kingly aura that silenced the earth itself. Down below, Ryunosuke stood calmly, unfazed. He extended his black wings and took to the air, rising to meet the dragon. Kaido, Ryunosuke called out with a smirk. What brings you here, sightseeing? Kaido's eyes narrowed, his bloodlust was tangible. This wasn't a social visit. You, Kaido growled, voice echoing like thunder. You bullied Linlin? Ryunosuke's expression turned puzzled the moment he heard Kaido speak. Bullying Linlin? He repeated in his mind. Was he talking about Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom? Sure, the relationship between Kaido and Big Mom was known to be solid, two monsters who rarely met, but when they did, the world held its breath. At critical moments, Kaido always backed her up. But Ryunosuke couldn't remember doing anything that might count as bullying her. After all, when he initially planned to attack Big Mom, Katakuri had come forward, bowed his head, and offered amends. The conflict had been peacefully resolved before it even began. So, was Kaido here because Big Mom stirred the pot? Ryunosuke narrowed his eyes and muttered, So, you came here looking for payback? He wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Kaido, please. This wasn't the kind of opponent that made him cautious anymore. The four emperors, they weren't enough. Kaido loomed forward, arms crossed. I don't know what happened between you and her, but I owe Linlin a favor. He cracked his neck, releasing a low growl. And since I'm here, let's see if the rumors about you, captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates, are true. Before the heat from Kaido's breath could coalesce into a shockwave, Ryunosuke was already in motion. Boom! A heel descended from above like thunder, slamming Kaido's mouth shut mid-attack. Hey, Ryunosuke taunted, hovering in the air with wings spread wide. This is the strength of a Yonko? That was slow. He spun mid-air with a flick of his wings, gathering momentum before delivering a sharp, whirling kick straight to Kaido's temple. The King of Beasts crashed to the ground like a meteor, earth shattering beneath him. Buggy's jaw dropped. His entire crew stared, stunned into silence. Did they just see Kaido, get knocked out of the sky? Sure, Kaido's strength had always been legendary but vaguely defined. He was the strongest creature in the world, the immovable beast. A force of nature. But in front of Ryunosuke, he was struggling to even stand. And as for his invincible defense, Ryunosuke was cracking through it with ease. Who the hell was this handsome, monster-like man? Crack! Kaido whipped his tail upward, striking Ryunosuke mid-air and sending him flying. The blow landed solidly despite Ryunosuke's armament haki, which flared across his body in defense. But even he had to admit, he'd underestimated that hit. Kaido didn't waste the moment. As Ryunosuke was still flying through the air, Kaido surged upward, muscles tensing, mouth glowing red. Boom! A searing shockwave burst from his mouth, engulfing the sky. The area trembled under the sheer force. Within seconds, the clash had left their previous battlefield, both fighters vanishing into the horizon, leaving only shockwaves and destruction in their wake. Buggy, who had been planning to sneak away amidst the chaos, changed his mind instantly. Go out to sea now? With those two fighting? He wasn't stupid. Any stray attack from them could sink his ship and bury them in the sea. So, he and his men stayed put, frozen in place. Meanwhile, Nayetna and the others calmly packed their supplies and loaded them onto the ship of God like nothing was happening. As if their captain wasn't engaged in a cataclysmic battle with a Yonko. With the pirate ship of the buggy pirates left behind, they simply sailed away. Elsewhere, far from the initial clash site, the battle raged on. An hour later, the two had fought their way to a small, uninhabited island. Just large enough for two titans to tear each other apart. Ryunosuke stood amidst the rumbling terrain, chuckling. Kaido, I gotta admit, your physical strength really is something. He exhaled slowly, body glowing. If it weren't for my enhancements, you'd be a serious pain to take down. He raised his arm, and in the next second, his body was clad in the dragon hunting armor, silver and obsidian scales pulsing with spiritual energy. Tsukiyomi. Merge. A celestial force swept across his body as the power of Tsukiyomi fused into the armor. A shimmering force field radiated outward. Space itself distorted around him. Enhance. With that command, his internal energy surged, pushing his physical capabilities to the peak. The ground cracked beneath his feet just from standing. Kaido's eyes widened. You've awakened a zone fruit too? He returned to his human form, eyeing the injuries that had vanished from Ryunosuke's body since their first exchange. This regeneration speed, this strength, there was no way it wasn't a devil fruit, but everything on the sea said otherwise. No devil fruit, could it be pure training? A unique race? Kaido's grin widened, teeth baring like a true beast. It had been too long since he found a worthy opponent. Ryunosuke smirked. Devil fruit? Nah, I've got something better. He clenched his fist as a golden purple haki flared over his skin, laced with threads of Conqueror's haki. Kaido, are you ready? Boom, let me test your worth. If you can't even beat me, don't even dream of challenging the world government. Kaido laughed heartily, the sound echoing like thunder. He no longer cared why he had come. The only thing that mattered now was the fight. Then come, brat, he roared. Their fists collided. The impact shattered the air. A hurricane tore through the island, ripping trees from the ground and flattening hills. The entire terrain was reshaped from the collision. Ryunosuke gritted his teeth. Even at full power, Kaido's strikes still carried terrifying force. Kaido, on the other hand, felt his bones creak. His right arm, the same one he had clashed with earlier, was fractured, again. And again, it healed instantly thanks to his awakened devil fruit. But he knew. He lost that last exchange. Ryunosuke, unbothered, laughed. Let's keep going. I want to find out how far I can push this body. With Ban's abilities now fully extracted, his regeneration was monstrous, far superior to Kaido's. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could keep fighting. Forever. Seeing Ryunosuke rushing toward him with reckless abandon, Kaido broke into a wild grin. Yes, that maniacal laughter, strangely enough, was born from pain. This wasn't some twisted pleasure. It was the natural reaction of someone whose animal-type devil fruit had awakened. For Kaido, true strength only came when he was pushed to his limits, when his body screamed from real pain. And right now, he stood at a bottleneck. Sure, there were stronger people sailing the seas. But none gave him this thrill, this brutal, electrifying challenge, like Ryunosuke. And what thrilled him most? Ryunosuke had chosen Kaido's favorite way to fight. Head-on, no tricks, no backing down. In a scenario like this, how could Kaido not lose himself in the thrill? The clash exploded again with renewed fury. Each time they struck, they injured one another, only to recover moments later. Their bodies healed, but their power rose even faster. It was as if each punch made them stronger. Kaido pushed past his limits mid-battle, something he hadn't done in years. The stagnation that haunted him was finally cracking apart. This fight brought back that original high, the sensation of real combat, raw and pure. His special physical attributes surged, power coursing through his body like an untamed storm. Ryunosuke, too, was changing. Though he had trained tirelessly after gaining his powers, full integration had eluded him. Between the 7 deadly sins, the chaotic strength granted by the 10 draws, and the weight of various divine inheritances, his power had become too vast, too dense. In simpler terms, he was overwhelmed, like power indigestion. What he needed wasn't more strength. What he needed was this: an opponent who could force him to process it, harmonize it, and mold it into something truly terrifying. Theirs was a fight with no theatrics, just a raw, brutal exchange of fists. Meanwhile, the ship of God hovered just offshore, its presence overshadowed by the cataclysmic battle on the island. "Najenda, how long do you think the captain will take to beat that dragon?" Leonie leaned over the ship's railing, her eyes fixed on the distant clash. She hadn't been aboard long and still couldn't fully grasp Ryunosuke's strength. All she knew was the vague consensus among the crew. He was strong, insanely so. But how strong? That remained unclear. Najenda didn't turn her head. Her gaze was sharp, focused. "The captain hasn't gone all out yet. If he had, this fight would have ended already," she replied. "That beast, the so-called 4 emperors, is strong, yes. But we've got monsters on our crew who could take him. Escanor at full power, Captain Meliodas, even Crollo. All of them could win against Kaido. But the captain, he surpasses them all." Leonie blinked, absorbing the weight of those words. But if he's that strong, why does it look like they're evenly matched? From what she could see, neither side had the upper hand. It looked more like mutual training than a fight to the death. "Because the captain's refining his foundation," Najenda answered, lifting her palm and flexing her fingers. "He's absorbing his powers in real time, fusing them into his physical being through this fight." Her eyes narrowed. "I know the feeling. I've got strength packed inside me too, but it's scattered, it hasn't taken root yet." She paused. "And battles like this are the only way to fix that." Najenda had joined the crew slightly later than Akame, but as the leader of the First Division, she had received more blessings and inheritances. Her body was overflowing with dormant strength. The problem was using it. There hadn't been many worthy opponents lately, and Kaido, he was one of the rare few who could push them this far. "Right," she said suddenly, turning away. "I've got a call to make. You guys carry on." Leonie watched her disappear into the cabin, still trying to wrap her head around what she'd just heard. Nearby, Akame sparred with Kuina, steel ringing against steel in their graceful exchange. Nijiko stood beside them, lost in thought, seemingly detached from the chaos on the island. As for Mine and Tatsumi, well, let's not even go there. Inside the ship, Najenda picked up a Den Mushi and made a direct call. "Morgans, it's urgent," a familiar squawk answered. "Captain Ryunosuke, why are you contacting me now of all times?" "I'm not Ryunosuke. I'm Najenda, 1st Division Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates," she interrupted crisply. "Oh," Morgan straightened. "Captain Najenda, I see. What can I do for you?" It was unusual. Normally, Ryunosuke himself would be the one calling. The fact that Najenda had taken the initiative hinted at something serious. "Our captain is currently engaged in combat with Kaido of the 4 emperors," she said, voice calm but firm. "I need you to inform the beast's pirates. Use any method necessary. I trust you know how." Morgan's eyes widened, the weight of that information hitting him like a wave. "In return, I'll grant you exclusive access to our battle footage. You'll have the materials first." Now that got Morgans excited. A fight between Kaido and Ryunosuke. The sales alone would skyrocket. He didn't even hesitate. "Where are you now? Give me your coordinates. I'll notify them immediately." Najenda pulled out a nautical chart, her fingers sliding across the parchment. "We're stationed just offshore from an uninhabited island, half a day's sail from the battlefield." She rattled off the coordinates clearly. Morgans checked his own map and whistled. "That's close to Wano. If the beast's pirates leave immediately, they could be there in just over 2 days." He paused, then added, "Can I send my newsbirds over right now? I want to start collecting material as early as possible." "All right," she agreed without hesitation. As soon as the call ended, Morgan sprang into action. This was the kind of opportunity that only came once in a lifetime. An emperor clashing with the captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates? The headlines would write themselves. Moments later, the transmission reached Wano country. Inside the stronghold of the beast's pirates, tension rippled through the crew. "The captain's out there fighting the dragon hunter pirates. Should we intervene?" Quinn asked, unease in his voice. The timing was far from ideal. The dragon hunter pirates were at their peak, feared across the New World. And now their captain was going head-to-head with Kaido himself? Seeing Ryunosuke rushing toward him with reckless abandon, Kaido broke into a wild grin. Yes, that maniacal laughter, strangely enough, was born from pain. This wasn't some twisted pleasure. It was the natural reaction of someone whose animal-type devil fruit had awakened. For Kaido, true strength only came when he was pushed to his limits, when his body screamed from real pain. And right now, he stood at a bottleneck. Sure, there were stronger people sailing the seas. But none gave him this thrill, this brutal, electrifying challenge, like Ryunosuke. And what thrilled him most? Ryunosuke had chosen Kaido's favorite way to fight. Head-on, no tricks, no backing down. In a scenario like this, how could Kaido not lose himself in the thrill? The clash exploded again with renewed fury. Each time they struck, they injured one another, only to recover moments later. Their bodies healed, but their power rose even faster. It was as if each punch made them stronger. Kaido pushed past his limits mid-battle, something he hadn't done in years. The stagnation that haunted him was finally cracking apart. This fight brought back that original high, the sensation of real combat, raw and pure. His special physical attributes surged, power coursing through his body like an untamed storm. Ryunosuke, too, was changing. Though he had trained tirelessly after gaining his powers, full integration had eluded him. Between the 7 deadly sins, the chaotic strength granted by the 10 draws, and the weight of various divine inheritances, his power had become too vast, too dense. In simpler terms, he was overwhelmed, like power indigestion. What he needed wasn't more strength. What he needed was this: an opponent who could force him to process it, harmonize it, and mold it into something truly terrifying. Theirs was a fight with no theatrics, just a raw, brutal exchange of fists. Meanwhile, the ship of God hovered just offshore, its presence overshadowed by the cataclysmic battle on the island. "Najenda, how long do you think the captain will take to beat that dragon?" Leone leaned over the ship's railing, her eyes fixed on the distant clash. She hadn't been aboard long and still couldn't fully grasp Ryunosuke's strength. All she knew was the vague consensus among the crew. He was strong, insanely so. But how strong? That remained unclear. Najenda didn't turn her head. Her gaze was sharp, focused. "The captain hasn't gone all out yet. If he had, this fight would have ended already," she replied. "That beast, the so-called 4 emperors, is strong, yes. But we've got monsters on our crew who could take him. Escanor at full power, Captain Meliodas, even Crollo. All of them could win against Kaido. But the captain, he surpasses them all." Leone blinked, absorbing the weight of those words. But if he's that strong, why does it look like they're evenly matched? From what she could see, neither side had the upper hand. It looked more like mutual training than a fight to the death. "Because the captain's refining his foundation," Najenda answered, lifting her palm and flexing her fingers. "He's absorbing his powers in real time, fusing them into his physical being through this fight." Her eyes narrowed. "I know the feeling. I've got strength packed inside me too, but it's scattered, it hasn't taken root yet." She paused. "And battles like this are the only way to fix that." Najenda had joined the crew slightly later than Akame, but as the leader of the 1st Division, she had received more blessings and inheritances. Her body was overflowing with dormant strength. The problem was using it. There hadn't been many worthy opponents lately, and Kaido, he was one of the rare few who could push them this far. "Right," she said suddenly, turning away. "I've got a call to make. You guys carry on." Leone watched her disappear into the cabin, still trying to wrap her head around what she'd just heard. Nearby, Akame sparred with Kuina, steel ringing against steel in their graceful exchange. Nijiko stood beside them, lost in thought, seemingly detached from the chaos on the island. As for Mine and Tatsumi, well, let's not even go there. Inside the ship, Najenda picked up a Den Mushi and made a direct call. "Morgans, it's urgent," a familiar squawk answered. "Captain Ryunosuke, why are you contacting me now of all times?" "I'm not Ryunosuke. I'm Najenda, First Division Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, she interrupted crisply. Oh, Morgan straightened. Captain Najenda, I see. What can I do for you? It was unusual. Normally, Ryunosuke himself would be the one calling. The fact that Najenda had taken the initiative hinted at something serious. Our captain is currently engaged in combat with Kaido of the Four Emperors, she said, voice calm but firm. I need you to inform the Beast's pirates. Use any method necessary. I trust you know how. Morgan's eyes widened, the weight of that information hitting him like a wave. In return, I'll grant you exclusive access to our battle footage. You'll have the materials first. Now that got Morgan's excited. A fight between Kaido and Ryunosuke. The sales alone would skyrocket. He didn't even hesitate. Where are you now? Give me your coordinates. I'll notify them immediately. Najenda pulled out a nautical chart, her fingers sliding across the parchment. We're stationed just offshore from an uninhabited island, half a day's sail from the battlefield. She rattled off the coordinates clearly. Morgans checked his own map and whistled. That's close to Wano. If the Beast's pirates leave immediately, they could be there in just over 2 days. He paused, then added, can I send my newsbirds over right now? I want to start collecting material as early as possible. All right, she agreed without hesitation. As soon as the call ended, Morgan sprang into action. This was the kind of opportunity that only came once in a lifetime. An emperor clashing with the captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates? The headlines would write themselves. Moments later, the transmission reached Wano country. Inside the stronghold of the Beast's pirates, tension rippled through the crew. The captain's out there fighting the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Should we intervene? Quinn asked, unease in his voice. The timing was far from ideal. The Dragon Hunter Pirates were at their peak, feared across the New World. And now their captain was going head-to-head with Kaido himself? As soon as Quinn finished speaking, both King and Jack turned to look at him with a deadpan stare. Quinn, you're definitely the dumbest one out of all of us, Jack said with a sneer. Isn't it obvious? The captain went to face the Dragon Hunter Pirates alone. And now, Jack continued, Morgan's leaked the news that not only did you spend a ton of money, you also asked a brain-dead question. If the captain wanted us to go, don't you think he'd tell us directly? People always called Jack the dumbest of the 3 disasters, but honestly, he never believed it. Deep down, Jack thought he was a secret genius. Huh? Quinn laughed dryly. The dumbest one is clearly Kane. Look at him. Does he even know what's happening right now? Caught off guard by the teasing, Quinn couldn't come up with a good comeback, so he deflected like a pro and tossed the insult at King instead. You two absolute morons, King finally snapped, voice laced with annoyance. If all Morgans wanted to do was deliver news, why would he talk to us in private? The fact that he passed this information along now, right as our captain is fighting Ryunosuke, means one thing. This battle is going to be broadcast. It'll be turned into front-page news. King's voice grew heavier. If the report ends up being unfavorable to the Beast's pirates, what do you think will happen to our reputation? The room went awkwardly silent. Quinn, Jack leaned over and whispered, what the hell is he talking about? I don't know, Quinn replied, scratching his head. Honestly, I think he's just spouting nonsense again. Classic Kane. At that moment, King felt an overwhelming urge to beat the ever-living hell out of the other two. He seriously couldn't understand how these 2 blockheads made it to the top as the 3 disasters. I'm done wasting breath on you clowns, King grumbled. We're heading out. Now, he turned away sharply. The Dragon Hunter Pirates aren't just about Captain Ryunosuke. Their officers are monsters too. If the public sees only Ryunosuke clashing with Kaido while the rest of us are nowhere to be found. King narrowed his eyes. You two might not care about your pride, but I do. For someone like Kane, dealing with Jack and Quinn on a daily basis was enough to make even the most composed man go insane. That said, his words finally got through. Both Jack and Quinn paused, their expressions sobering. If they didn't act now, the Beast's pirates' image might take a massive hit. Reluctantly, they nodded. With Kurozumi Orochi still in Wano to watch things over, the trio quickly rallied their elite troops, fighters with special abilities and loyal subordinates, and set sail. Meanwhile, at the port, a shadowy figure picked up a Den Den Mushi. The Beast's pirates have all left, he reported. "We're not sure where they're heading, but Wano's defenses are at their weakest." "Should we strike now?" "No," came the raspy reply on the other end. "Now's not the time. The plan is already in motion. Don't alert the enemy prematurely." The man lowered his den mushi and silently returned to his task. Back aboard the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship. "Everyone, gather around," Nagenda's voice rang out across the deck like thunder. Within moments, the crew assembled, standing in front of her. "I contacted Morgans and had him relay a message to the Beast's pirates," Nagenda announced. Nijiko blinked in disbelief. "You invited the Beast's pirates here? You mean Kaido's group?" she added, clearly confused. Nagenda nodded confidently. "Yes. But why now?" Nijiko asked. "What's the point?" "It's about strength," Nagenda replied firmly, her eyes scanning the crew. "Our strength? What do they have to do with our strength?" someone asked. "Yeah," chimed in another. "Are they supposed to give us power or something?" Tatsumi stepped forward, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Maybe this is about mastering our powers, just like the captain does, through real combat." "Exactly," Nagenda said, nodding. "We need to integrate and fully control the power within us. And I'm talking especially about you three, Rem, Nijiko, and Princess Peach." She turned to Princess Peach. "Princess, you're incredibly strong, but you don't even understand the power you possess. You can't control it." "And the Beast's pirates?" she continued. "They specialize in brute force battles. In combat against real opponents, you learn more in minutes than you would in weeks of sparring." She then suddenly lunged at Tatsumi with a punch. Tatsumi flinched and raised his sword on instinct, but Nagenda stopped just short of hitting him. "See," she said calmly. "Even now, you hesitated. You held back because I'm a comrade. That's the problem. You won't unleash your full potential against someone you care about. We don't need friendly training. We need real, focused, deadly intent, even if it's controlled. Restraint is part of the lesson. Can you hold back while still pushing your opponent to their limits?" The silence was telling. Then, a timid voice broke the quiet. Do I have to join too?" Kobayashi raised her hand awkwardly. "I'm not really a fighter. I just want a quiet life." Nagenda softened her expression. "Kobayashi, the captain told me about your background. But think about it. Whether it's Kana or Lukoya, they came into your world for a reason. If danger follows, will you just stand by?" She paused. "With your current power, you have the potential to stand beside them, not behind them. And who knows what the Dragon Clan will do next?" Kobayashi lowered her head in thought. Kana, Lukoya. Why did they suddenly show up in her life? She still didn't know the reason. But if things went bad, if the Dragon Clan decided to act, what could she do? "I understand," she finally said. "I'll try my best, but I'll be counting on everyone's help." She gave a polite, 90-degree bow. "I want to become stronger too." 2 days later, the Beast's pirates finally arrived in the designated sea area. It's definitely the captain's fighting aura, just up ahead. But why is this location different from what Morgans told us? Quinn narrowed his eyes, his observation haki scanning the horizon. Although the position wasn't too far from the intelligence they'd received, it was clearly not the exact spot. Had Morgans fed them faulty information? "Lord Quinn. A ship ahead. It's the Dragon Hunter pirates." A lookout reported anxiously. "Do we engage, or proceed straight to the captain?" Quinn turned his gaze toward the direction of the Dragon Hunter pirates' vessel, spotting it moored along the coast of a nearby island. The coordinates matched what was in the intelligence report, but it didn't feel like coincidence. Rather than arriving at the same location by chance, it looked more like the Dragon Hunter pirates were waiting for them. "TCH. King, you blockhead, what do you think? Where should we go?" King, who had been silently analyzing the situation, finally responded. "It's obvious," he said coldly. "Their captain, Ryunosuke, doesn't want his crew involved in his fight against Kaido. If they're staying behind, they've likely been ordered not to interfere. That means we don't need to worry about accidentally interrupting their battle." "So you're saying, we engage the crew instead?" Quinn asked, his tone dark but intrigued. King nodded. "We're Emperor-class pirates. If we attack their captain's crew while the fight is happening elsewhere, it sends a clear message, one that we're not afraid to kill. We eliminate the Dragon Hunter pirates' crew. And then we just sit back and wait for our captain to win. King's confidence in Kaido remained unshaken. After all, Kaido was the strongest creature alive. Alright then, Quinn grinned, his golden mechanical arm gleaming under the sunlight. Let's go see what these so-called elite crewmates are made of. Jack, who had been stretching his neck with a loud cracking sound, smirked. HMPH. They're about to learn who they're messing with. These soft-looking brats won't last a minute. As their ship drew closer, the full scene unfolded before them. The Dragon Hunter pirates' ship was docked. Their crew stood calmly on the shoreline, clearly not preparing for retreat. In fact, they looked like they'd been expecting the beast's pirates. A few of them appeared unfamiliar, but several faces were unmistakably infamous. Jack, look at them carefully, Quinn muttered. Do they look worried? Jack squinted. Nope. And that's weird. At the front stood Najenda, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates' 1st Division. Bounty. 1.1 billion berries. A master of hand-to-hand combat who fought alongside a deadly puppet controlled by her own life force. Beside her was another 1st Division fighter, Tatsumi, known for defeating Akame with a single blow. Bounty. 1 billion berries. He wielded a dragon-like armor that could kill you in one swing. Behind them was a pink-haired sniper who nearly assassinated Sengoku in one shot. Her name hadn't reached the public, but the underworld whispered about her with fear. Even with just those three, the beast's pirates had no clear upper hand. In fact, they were in danger of being outclassed. Jack, Quinn said suddenly, you've got the highest durability and raw power among the three of us. Go test them. See what they're planning. Huh? Jack blinked, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Now you admit I'm the strongest, huh? Without waiting for a reply, he cracked his knuckles and started forward. Fine. I'll squash those skinny monkeys like bugs. Jack leapt off the ship and charged with the force of a freight train. Normally, the three disasters never admitted inferiority to each other, but in this moment, pride took a backseat to results. Quinn smirked at the sight. Hey, let the mammoth charge in first. King sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Idiots, I'm surrounded by idiots. Unfolding his massive wings, King soared off the ship to follow. Letting Jack fight alone against the Dragon Hunter pirates was like throwing a boulder into the sea and hoping it floats. As King neared the beach, Susanoo, Najenda's puppet, flew into the air to intercept him. Its presence alone shifted the pressure in the air. Who among you speaks for your crew? Susanoo's deep voice echoed through the sky. We're open to negotiations, but if you want to fight, we won't stop you. Susanoo was already in its fully liberated form, its shadow casting over the island like a god of war. King slowed, eyes narrowing. These people were absolutely prepared. They hadn't stumbled across each other by accident. No, Morgans had misled them on purpose. And judging by the flock of news crews circling above, if they backed down now, the entire world would know about it. Their next choice would define the reputation of the beast's pirates. But before King could speak, boom, a shockwave erupted from the side. Jack had already transformed into his mammoth zone form and collided with Tatsumi, who was encased in his mechanical exosuit. Both were brute force fighters, but Tatsumi's enhanced mobility and stealth tech gave him a distinct edge. With his Tegu equipped, he darted around Jack like a blur, dealing precise, punishing blows. Despite not even unlocking his full liberation, Tatsumi was already overwhelming Jack in direct combat. Let's talk, King muttered, now abandoning the thought of initiating an all-out brawl. Fighting them head-on would be suicide. He recognized the difference in power and preparation. Susanoo nodded and stepped aside, making a graceful, inviting gesture. Tatsumi, now cloaked in invisibility, disengaged and returned to Mine's side. Though fierce in battle, he remained ever vigilant in guarding Mine's safety. What's the idiot doing? Jack grumbled. King's talking to them. What a coward. Jack muttered insults under his breath, conveniently forgetting how Garp had tossed him around like a rag doll just weeks ago. I'm the smartest one here, he said proudly, puffing his chest. On the shoreline, King approached Najenda calmly. Captain Najenda, 1st Division Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, what's your purpose here? Najenda didn't mince words. You came to fight, didn't you? She folded her arms. But defeating you won't impact us much. Even if some of my crew fall, it won't change our course. And with someone like Akame here, are you really prepared for the possibility that not even the three of you make it back alive? Her tone was steady, but every word cut like a blade. Najenda frowned. His pride bristled, but deep down, he understood the weight of her warning. The battlefield trembled. Even the ever-composed king found himself momentarily stunned. Najenda's words weren't empty provocations, they carried weight and brutal logic. Think about it, she said. Kaido's crew has the three calamities. Each of them could suppress one member of our first division. And that much was true. On Kaido's side, Jack the Drought, Queen the Plague, King the Wildfire. And on the Dragon Hunter Pirates' first division? A deadly sniper, Mine. A killing machine, Red Eye. And a newcomer whose strength was still unknown, but certainly not ordinary. If each of them were locked in battle, who would hold the line against the rest of Kaido's army? The rest of our crew can't rely on the riffraff still loitering on the ship, Najenda continued. 3 of the 6 Sky Disciples were here too, but King knew better. Putting all the pressure on them wasn't his style. If the main combatants were locked down, and no reinforcements could arrive in time, the others would be picked off, one by one, and King, despite his fiery pride, wasn't about to let that happen. These are Kaido's core men, he growled. Losing them here, out of the question. So, he narrowed his gaze at Najenda. What are you suggesting? There was no hesitation in her stance, no bluff in her tone. Clearly, she'd already thought it through. We fight, Najenda said, her voice calm but firm. No weapons. No tricks. We settle this with the purest kind of power. Boom. She slammed her mechanical arm into the ground, sending a quake through the earth. Dust exploded upward. The impact alone made several beasts' pirates shift in place. King's eyes narrowed. That wasn't for show. The power in her arm, it was real, brutal, unforgiving. It made sense now, why she spoke with such confidence. The beasts' pirates were monsters known for brute force. Power was their trademark. If this was going to be a contest of raw strength, they welcomed it. But King was no fool. Something about this didn't sit right. You're serious? He asked, voice low, dangerous. Do I look like Quinn to you? Najenda sneered. Of course I am. The rules are simple. No weapons, no killing. The loser must obey the winner's demands, but only on this island. Nothing involving death or betrayal. Everything else, fair game. As she stood upright, a surge of haki exploded from her body. The others around her followed suit, their overwhelming presence blasting through the air like a storm. The beast's pirates felt it too. Their instincts screamed in response. King's lips curled into a grin. Fine by me. He turned to look at his companions. Jack. Quinn. Any objections? None, Jack bellowed. This is what we're made for. Quinn let out a loud laugh, cracking his knuckles. No weapons? No problem? Devil fruit powers are still on the table, right? Without waiting for a reply, Quinn's body twisted and grew. Scales erupted, muscles bulged. In an instant, he transformed into a massive ancient brachiosaurus, towering over the field. The ground quaked under his weight. Najenda nodded coolly. Devil fruits are allowed, but so are our own powers. She looked to her left. Leone, you're up first. Without a word, Leone stepped forward, her expression calm, focused. I may not be a dinosaur, she said, smirking at Quinn, but I don't need to be. She raised her hand, and in a flash of light, summoned her imperial arm. Energy surged through her body. Her aura multiplied tenfold. Just moments ago, she seemed like any other crew member. Now, she looked like a beast ready to tear down a mountain. I've got this, she said. Across the field, Drake, one of the 6 flying fighters, stepped up in response. His body shimmered, and in an instant, he too unleashed his devil fruit transformation. The crowd stirred. Tension built. And elsewhere, on the other side of the world government watched. In the holy land of Mariajoy, deep within the fortress halls, the 5 elders sat in a shadowed room, eyes fixed on a projection of the battlefield. This just came from Morgan's, said Saturn. He said it's to make up for the failed livestream. Take a look. 2 live feeds flickered into view. One showed a clash of titans, Ryunosuke versus Kaido. No swords. No fancy techniques. Just fists, flesh, power. The island beneath them had already started to crumble. It was unknown how much longer it could hold. According to Morgan's report, these two had been fighting for 3 days straight. "Is that Ryunosuke?" one elder muttered. "The dragon hunter captain?" MQRs furrowed his brow. It doesn't make sense. They had intel, reports, strength evaluations. Kaido was one of the 4 emperors, his power was legendary. But Ryunosuke, from what they knew, he should have been able to overpower Kaido by now. So why were they evenly matched? Was their information wrong? Or was this a game of deception? Mars frowned. There's something off here. Another elder added, if Ryunosuke's struggling with Kaido, he's not yet strong enough to take on the Navy's top forces. Unless, Saturn said quietly, he's holding back, to lull us into underestimating him. The room fell silent. Then Saturn shifted the feed. "Watch this. Look at his crew." They turned to the second battle, the one between Najenda Group and the Beast's pirates. And what they saw made their eyes narrow. A swordsman, a member of Ryunosuke's 1st Division, known for lethal one-hit kills, was throwing fists? She wasn't even using his sword. Instead, she was slugging it out with Queen, in Brachiosaurus form. "This is like watching a celestial dragon pick up trash for community service," one elder exclaimed. "It makes no sense. Why would a swordsman give up her blade? Why would the crew of the dragon hunter pirates abandon their most efficient weapons?" And worse yet, she was losing. The 5 elders exchanged uncertain glances. "This can't be the whole story. Is Morgans playing games with us?" asked Wakuri. "Hard to say," Saturn replied. "But one thing is certain, there's no alliance between Ryunosuke and Kaido. The Beast's pirates wouldn't lower themselves like that." The implications were troubling. Could it be, they've lost their ability to fight normally? Mars suddenly declared, slapping the table. The others turned to him. "That must be it. Something's happened. The dragon hunter pirates. They're no longer able to use the fighting styles they're best at." The room filled with murmurs, if that were true. Then the tides of the new world were about to shift once again. When Mars spoke, the other 4 elders momentarily froze. Then, slowly, they shifted their attention back to the ongoing battle. Something was off. None of the dragon hunter pirates were fighting in their usual way. Their coordination, tempo, and rhythm. Everything was out of sync. Even their snipers, once feared as ghostly reapers on the battlefield, were now little more than bystanders watching the fight unfold. If they did engage, it was only against the beast pirates' common foot soldiers. They were still winning, but it looked exhausting. Forced, as if something critical was missing. If Mars was right, Perururu. Saturn, deep in thought, immediately pulled out his Den Den Mushi and made a call. "Morgans." The other elders looked over as he spoke into the snail's receiver. "Tell me, have the dragon hunter pirates entered an abnormal state?" "What do you mean abnormal?" came the squawking reply of Morgans, a mix of curiosity and caution lacing his tone. "Are they no longer fighting in the way they're best at?" Saturn asked directly. There was silence on the other end, and even Morgans, always quick with a retort, was momentarily stunned. Where the hell did they get that idea? But after watching the footage of the battle between Ryunosuke and Kaido, Morgans couldn't help but feel a sense of eerie confirmation. "Lord Saturn, I can't confirm something like that," Morgans finally said with a nervous chuckle. "I wasn't there in person for their fight with the beast pirates. I just sell information, you know that. This is beyond my pay grade." His tone suggested ignorance, but the quick pivot and denial spoke volumes. Morgans already had a hunch what the 5 elders were planning. But he didn't care. If the world government made a move against the dragon hunter pirates now, it would just give him more headline-worthy chaos to profit from. Saturn hung up the call without another word. "You heard him," he said, folding his arms. "Morgans conveniently claims ignorance and suggests we stand down. That alone confirms he's involved. Or at least has ties to the dragon hunter pirates." He looked at the others with sharp eyes. "This is the moment. The dragon hunter pirates are vulnerable, especially their captain, Ryunosuke. Are we going to strike?" The question hung in the air like a storm cloud. Mars sighed. Strike? With who? The Navy? Everyone knew how that would go. The last encounter between the Navy and the dragon hunters ended in complete humiliation. Sending them again would not only risk morale but also shake the Navy's internal unity. And as much as they disliked relying on the Navy, it was still a tool they couldn't afford to break. So who else? Use that. Topman said suddenly, his voice low but resolute. They've been prepared specifically for the dragon hunters. Now's the time to test them. If the gamble works, we could win this war without even fighting, and if we fail, at least we'll understand the dragon hunters' limits better. I'm in, Mars nodded. It's a worthy trade for the information we'll get, win or lose. The rest of the elders exchanged looks, then nodded in agreement. It wasn't the perfect move, but it was the best card they had to play right now. Meanwhile, in the East Blue, Makino's bar, Fuchsia Village. A familiar hum of conversation filled the air as Shanks poured himself another drink. News of the fight between Ryunosuke and Kaido had just reached him, and he was grinning from ear to ear. This kid never stops making headlines, huh? He chuckled, raising his glass. Across from him, Ben Beckman sat silently, frowning as he stared at the article. His silence spoke louder than words. Ryunosuke, Makino walked over, drying her hands with a towel. Her voice was tinged with warmth and disbelief. He's the one fighting Kaido now? She smiled fondly. She remembered watching Ryunosuke set off to sea years ago. Just a wild kid with big dreams and a bigger heart. Now, he was going toe-to-toe with one of the four emperors. Yup, Shanks laughed. Hand to hand, no less, this guy's crazy. And you're what? Just another emperor drinking on credit? Makino raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, your tab's overdue. The smile vanished from Shanks' face like a popped bubble. Can I, pay next week? Makino rolled her eyes. Beckman just smirked. Elsewhere, on Mount Kalubo in the Goa Kingdom. Garp munched on senbei, eyes locked on the screen showing Ryunosuke's battle. So, this brat finally realized he was heading in the wrong direction? He let out a loud crunch. Not bad, at least he's adjusting. But deep down, even Garp was shaken by Ryunosuke's progress. The speed at which this kid improved, it wasn't normal. Garp, called Dayton as she emerged from the house. She looked at the screen and gasped. That's Ryunosuke, isn't it? He used to live here. How the hell did he get so strong? If he comes back, I'd gladly hand over my bandit crew to him. You, the great mountain bandit, handing over your legacy? Garp burst out laughing. Forget being a bandit. This brat is halfway to becoming Pirate King. Dayton scowled, but she knew she couldn't argue. Even though Garp joked, there was a weight behind his words. A hidden concern. He knew the world was watching Ryunosuke now. More importantly, the world government would definitely act. And when they did, they wouldn't hold back. This wasn't like the old days, when he and Roger teamed up to fight rocks. Back then, the balance of power was still intact. Now, Roger was gone. And Garp himself, he wasn't the man he once was. If the dragon hunters rise, he muttered, more to himself than anyone, who will be there to stop them? The celestial dragons were in his eyes, but they maintained a delicate balance in the world. If Ryunosuke truly upended that system, if the old rules were shattered, then the world would plunge into chaos. Would it all repeat again? The fall of the Void Century? The cries of revolution? The wheel of history didn't stop turning, and when it moved, it crushed the unprepared beneath it. Garp said nothing more. Dayton, sensing the weight in his silence, turned away and went back inside. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On a remote, battle-scarred island, chaos reigned. King stood among the wreckage, his body covered in bruises and burns. It wasn't that his Lunarian abilities couldn't heal him. No, far from it. But right now, there was simply no time or energy to recover. The same could be said for most of the Beast Pirates and the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Both sides had been locked in an intense, non-stop clash for 5 straight days, leaving them all physically and mentally battered. King had long dropped any trace of arrogance he once held toward the Dragon Hunter Pirates. These lunatics didn't even fight using conventional pirate tactics, yet they still dealt immense damage. What made it worse was, they kept winning. He had tried to ask their members for information about Ryunosuke, their mysterious captain, but every answer had been vague or outright clueless. It seemed like Ryunosuke kept all plans locked inside his own head, only revealing them when the time came for action. Even Najenda, one of his officers, had no idea what the other teams were doing outside the island. Yet every time they won a match, the Dragon Hunter pirates had only one request: another round. Such madness gave them no room to breathe, let alone recover. It was training through war, pure, relentless experience grinding. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy erupted nearby. Tatsumi stood tall, his wounds vanishing in seconds, a golden glow surrounding him like a second skin. Not again, King muttered, teeth clenched. He could feel Tatsumi's aura explode after yet another breakthrough. It was infuriating. The beast pirates had no time to heal, but the Dragon Hunter pirates treated every battle as a grinding session in some twisted game. One breakthrough was all it took to reset their bodies and amplify their strength tenfold. They're monsters, King thought bitterly, all of them. Even Kobayashi, who barely had any combat strength 5 days ago, was now capable of holding his own against seasoned beast pirates. How was that even possible? In just 5 days, they had produced fully fledged fighters through actual combat. Though still rough around the edges, their improvement speed was terrifying. I won just now, Tatsumi declared confidently. Next, I'll challenge Jack again. He didn't wait for a response. Having defeated Jack once already, Tatsumi couldn't wait to test his newfound strength. His body still gleamed with the aftershocks of his breakthrough. HMPH. I was just careless last time, Jack growled, eyes flashing with pride. This time, I'll crush you like a bug. Despite his exhaustion, Jack transformed into his mammoth form and charged head-on toward Tatsumi. Watching from the sidelines, King shook his head in exasperation. This idiot, still using brute force against an opponent like Tatsumi. He sighed. Of course he's going to lose. Sure enough, within minutes, the battle ended with Tatsumi victorious once more. Jack, while not seriously hurt, looked frustrated beyond words. I'll get you next time, he yelled, stomping the ground in fury. Meanwhile, King walked toward Najenda, who stood calmly near the edge of the battlefield. She, too, had experienced a breakthrough during these brutal 5 days, and though she looked better than King, her exhaustion was still visible. You could have chosen to train differently, King said. Why this method? Why push yourselves like this? Najenda exhaled slowly, glancing at the horizon before answering. There are forces inside us that we can't fully control through normal training, she said. But you, your crew. You're experts in survival through battle. That's what we want to learn. She gave him a small smile. Even if you didn't beat me just now, you've earned an honest answer. Thank you, King said quietly. He couldn't deny it, her directness, her strength, her sincerity. It was rare, too rare. He found himself staring at her, heart-pounding for reasons he didn't quite understand. Strong, straightforward, fearless. Such a woman was dangerously captivating. Hey, King, Najenda suddenly said, smirking, you're not falling for me, are you? I don't have time for dates like some love-struck girl. She pulled out a cigarette but frowned when she couldn't find her lighter. Without a word, King raised a finger, conjuring a small flame. She leaned forward, lit the cigarette, and gave him a quick, genuine, thanks. Then her attention returned to the battlefield as if nothing had happened. King, on the other hand, was anything but calm. That casual attitude, that indifference. He found it irresistible. But what could he do? She had just shut him down with a joke, or maybe it wasn't a joke. If he said something now, it might ruin everything, but if he kept it to himself, I'll explode from the inside, he muttered under his breath. Then, an idea struck him. A smirk crept onto his face. He turned, walking calmly toward the battlefield. As the next match was called, Najenda vs. King, he stepped forward and raised his voice for all to hear. Najenda, if I win, you have to let me confess to you. A wave of stunned silence swept across the island. Then, the flames on King's body erupted like a blazing sun, fueled by emotion and pride. He wasn't using weapons, this was pure ability. Najenda blinked. Was he serious? She had only been teasing, yet this idiot actually went and turned it into a battlefield proposal. Still, she wasn't surprised. In the military, she'd seen it all, from foot soldiers to lieutenants, someone always tried their luck. She cracked her knuckles. "You can confess now," she said with a grin. "My answer's ready." She inhaled from her cigarette and exhaled slowly. "I refuse." Then she lunged forward, her fist crashing toward King like a meteor. It wasn't sea stone, but the sheer force of her armament haki was overwhelming. She had grown significantly after her breakthrough. Every punch came with crushing power and expert control. King gritted his teeth. Not even willing to consider it, he roared. "Fine, then let me see where your confidence comes from." The flames around him intensified as he launched a ferocious counterattack. Off to the side, Tatsumi shook his head in amusement. "Do pirates always confess their feelings like this?" he asked. Jack, still sore from his loss, snorted. "Huh? Don't lump us all together. That guy's the dumbest of the three of us." "And who's second dumbest?" "Quinn," Jack said proudly. "I'm obviously the smartest." Tatsumi blinked. "Right. Should have known better than to ask you." Another day and night passed. The outcome of the battle between King and Najenda was already clear. Naturally, King lost. After all, his will to fight had already crumbled, and without that fierce determination, his once unshakable combat style collapsed. In the end, he was completely overwhelmed by Najenda. Meanwhile, other skirmishes broke out across the island, but these weren't life and death battles anymore. Instead, they had become a strange exchange. A mutual give and take between two pirate crews who, just days ago, were bitter enemies. Surprisingly, during the course of this past week, an odd friendship had begun to blossom between the Dragon Hunter Pirates' 1st Division and the remnants of the Beast's Pirates. They sparred, drank, bickered, and fought again, but with restraint and even laughter. Because, while their captains were still locked in a fierce and seemingly endless duel, the rest of them were just passing the time. "This much is enough for now," Najenda said as she sat atop a large boulder, watching the clash between Ryunosuke and Kaido in the distance. "Training or not, if we keep going like this, it'll lose its purpose. I think you've all gotten something out of it, right?" King, standing nearby with arms crossed, nodded. "Yeah, it's been enough." Jack already dragged Tatsumi off somewhere to drink. He let out a tired sigh. Never in his life did he think he'd find himself in this kind of situation, chatting casually with the very crew they were supposed to fight to the death. "Well, if you're not against it," Najenda said with a sly grin, "why not come aboard our ship? We're heading over to watch the fight. Might as well throw a banquet while we're at it. Knowing the captain, once he's done, he'll want wine, meat, and a hell of a good time." Before King could respond, Najenda had already leapt up and landed gracefully on the massive shoulder of Susano, her summoned guardian. With a casual wave, she and her unit made their way back toward the ship of gods. Her voice, though fading with distance, echoed in King's ears, and her crew followed without hesitation. On the other side, the Beast's pirates gathered near King. Despite Jack and Queen often mocking him as a blockhead with wings, they both looked to him when decisions needed to be made. Among Kaido's men, King was still the most reliable, Kaido's right hand, and in moments like these, the vice-emperor of the Beast's pirates. "King, you're really thinking of going up there?" Jack asked, eyes narrowing slightly. "Feels like trouble to me." King gave him a deadpan look, and that was enough. If Jack's gut says, don't, then going is probably the right move. Without a word, King turned and took flight. The others followed. When they landed on the deck of the ship of gods, what greeted them was not preparation for war, but celebration. Tables were already set up. Fires were being lit. Music was playing, and someone had already uncorked the rum. It seemed Najenda wasn't joking, the party had already started. Soon, the Beast's pirates brought their own ship around, sailing alongside the Dragon Hunter pirates toward the battleground where Ryunosuke and Kaido were still fighting. When they arrived, the scene that unfolded before them was nothing short of godlike. Boom! A thunderous shockwave exploded ahead, tearing through the air and sending massive waves rippling across the ocean. "This is," King's voice caught in his throat. Before his eyes, Ryunosuke's armament haki wasn't just glowing purple gold anymore. There was a faint radiance of light gold now, a new color, a new transformation. Kaido, cloaked in Conqueror's haki and rippling with the strength of his awakened devil fruit, stood like a war god. Even facing Ryunosuke, who was much smaller in size, Kaido couldn't push him back. Each blow they exchanged neutralized the others, but the aftermath of their strikes shook the world around them. The island trembled with every collision. The skies rumbled with every roar. Compared to this, all their previous fights looked like child's play. "Captain's gotten stronger again," Najenda muttered, awe in her voice. Ryunosuke, meanwhile, was grinning ear to ear. Sweat pouring from his body, fists bleeding but spirit soaring. "Haha, this is incredible," he shouted. "Kaido, this is the kind of fight you've been craving, isn't it? Then let's keep going." The thrill of battle awakened something deep within him. The longer he fought, the more strength surged out from his soul. The more he pushed, the more his spirit rose. This wasn't just about testing his power anymore. This was pure, unadulterated joy. Kaido barked a laugh in return. "Ha ha ha, Ryunosuke, I acknowledge you. But don't think you're the only one leveling up," he roared. "I've still got plenty left in the tank, and you're gonna get every drop of it." Kaido hadn't felt this alive since the days of the Rocks Pirates. Not even his legendary battle with Kazuki Oden had lit a fire like this inside him. With each clash, Kaido's devil fruit powers evolved further. He'd suppress Ryunosuke's burst of strength, then break through with his own, only to be pushed again. It was a never-ending cycle. A spiral of growth. A battle that neither could afford, or wanted, to end. "Ha ha ha ha. See, I told you the captain wouldn't fall?" Najenda shouted, cheeks flushed from alcohol. "Look at your captain. Kaido can barely keep up." King raised an eyebrow, but his reply lacked energy. "Our captain was leading earlier." "Delusion." Najenda giggled and took another swig. Just then, two crew members came rushing over, Mine and Najiko, the temporary lookouts. "Boss." "King." Mine called urgently. "What is it?" Najenda frowned, sobering slightly. "There's a fleet approaching," Mine reported. "They're flying the world government's emblem." Najenda's eyes narrowed immediately. "World government, huh? These Marines really don't know when to quit." She stood up, tossing aside her bottle. Her spiritual energy surged as her drunkenness evaporated under the pressure of her aura. "The captain isn't here right now, so I'm in charge," she declared coldly. "If they want a fight, we'll give them one." King's body began to emit flames as well, his irritation boiling over. "Perfect timing," he muttered. "I've been itching for a real fight." As the flames engulfed his body, his fighting spirit reached its peak. The rejection he'd suffered from Najenda recently added fuel to his rage. He was ready to explode. Just as he prepared to leap into battle, boom! A colossal shockwave blasted down from the sky, tearing a hole into the ocean's surface. The water swirled wildly, sucked inward by the sheer force of the blow. Everyone turned toward the source. The mist cleared. And Ryunosuke floated above the sea, his fists still crackling with energy. "Since we have guests," he said calmly, eyes sharp, voice firm, "we should greet them properly." He looked to Kaido, who was floating beside him, grinning like a beast unleashed. Kaido nodded. "Agreed. If they came all this way," his body twisted midair, preparing a breath attack. "Let's entertain them." The two warriors, who had just been locked in a fierce battle, suddenly turned their attention toward the world government fleet stationed ahead. In an instant, the enemy's plan for a surprise attack was thrown into chaos. Wait, weren't they just fighting each other a moment ago? How the hell are they suddenly united? Panic spread among the fleet's ranks as confusion took hold. The Dragon Hunter Pirates and the Beast Pirates. "We are a fleet directly under the world government. If you surrender now, I may consider sparing your lives." A tall, proud-looking nobleman strolled up to the bow of the leading warship. He gazed down at the two massive pirate crews with an expression of arrogance, as if he were lecturing a pair of rebellious children. And then he said something so mind-numbingly dumb that even a decade of brain damage couldn't excuse it. "Is this guy actually serious?" King squinted, visibly cringing at the man's words. "Yep. Definitely dumber than Jack and Quinn combined." He wasn't even angry, he was embarrassed for the guy. Did this idiot have any idea who he was speaking to? This wasn't a skirmish between small-time pirates. These were the Dragon Hunter Pirates and the Beast Pirates. Two of the most dangerous crews in the New World. Surrender just wasn't in their vocabulary. Bang! Ryunosuke didn't even dignify the man with a verbal reply. He simply threw a casual punch toward the air in front of him. The force of the blow compressed the atmosphere so intensely that it released a shockwave like a cannon blast, tearing across the battlefield. Up above, Kaido remained in his human form, hovering ominously in the sky. With a wild grin, he roared as he unleashed a destructive shockwave aimed straight at the world government fleet. Boom! A column of mist and water surged upward as the sea erupted beneath the force. The resulting wind was fierce, but as it cleared, the fleet emerged largely intact. No casualties. No damage. Ryunosuke narrowed his eyes. The commander still stood tall. This guy wasn't just full of hot air. He actually had the strength to back it up. "You must be Ryunosuke," the man called out calmly. "I am ONBU, leader of a special ops team under the DW organization." He smirked. "I came here with one goal, to kill you." "Oh," Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. ONBU continued, clearly confident. "You won't be able to use your abilities this time. You're just relying on brute strength now, right? That last battle with Kaido drained you." Ryunosuke blinked. "Huh? What are you even talking about?" "No need to play dumb," ONBU sneered. "You've been fighting Kaido for over 10 days without a resolution. You're spent. Weak. Your era is over. You've lost the right to stand against the world government. Today, I'll bury you at sea, pirate." Without another word, ONBU charged forward. A booster pack on his back ignited with a whoosh as he accelerated like a missile toward Ryunosuke. But just as he was about to strike, slash! A flash of silver split the air. A blade came down cleanly, severing Onbu's arm at the elbow. Before he could even scream, Ryunosuke's hand shot forward and clamped around his throat. "I don't know what nonsense you're spewing," he said coldly, lifting ONBU off the deck. "But if you came here to kill me, you should have expected to die. As a pirate, it's normal to kill the world government's lapdogs, right?" Crack! Without hesitation, Ryunosuke snapped Onbu's neck. He tossed the lifeless body into the sea like garbage. No last words. No dramatic farewell. ONBU didn't even have time to blink. A captain. Just like that, dead in seconds. The remaining fleet members froze. This wasn't what they expected. This wasn't in any of the reports. Wasn't Ryunosuke supposed to be weakened? A dying beast? Was the intelligence wrong? Or was he just that much stronger than they realized? What are you waiting for?" the nobleman barked. "Kill them, now, I'm the commander of this operation." His voice shook with panic. His hand trembled on the hilt of his saber. He couldn't die here. Not now. He was on the verge of becoming a celestial dragon. This mission was supposed to be his stepping stone to greatness. And now, his fleet was faltering and death loomed. "No, I won't die here, Bang! A single gunshot echoed across the sea. A neat, circular hole appeared in the center of the nobleman's chest. He gasped, eyes wide with disbelief as he slumped forward. From afar, Mine calmly lowered her sniper rifle, romantic turret, smoke curling from its barrel. "The moment you stepped up as commander," she said coldly, "you sealed your fate." The supposed leader of the fleet collapsed in a pool of his own blood. No one dared step forward to take his place. Kaido let out a laugh as he cracked his neck. 4 ships, huh? Ryunosuke. Let's see who can rack up more kills. He was practically salivating for action. Fine by me, Ryunosuke grinned. Besides, I need to vent a little. All that haki clashing in our fight. It built up inside me. If I don't release it soon, it'll mess me up. Glad we're on the same page. With a thunderous roar, Kaido leapt from the sky and brought his massive cannonbow crashing down on the nearest warship. Crash! Timbers splintered. Cannons exploded. Screams filled the air. "You're stealing my kills, damn it," Ryunosuke yelled as he charged forward, fists blazing with haki. Back aboard the Dragon Hunter ship, "All right. Everyone relax," Najenda said as she exhaled and sheathed her weapon. "With the captain and Kaido out there, those guys are dead meat." She wasted no time. "Start prepping food and drinks, it's gonna be a celebration." And just like she predicted, the battle ended swiftly. 3 heavily armed government warships, manned by elite soldiers, were annihilated within half an hour. The sea turned crimson. and when Ryunosuke returned, he was dragging several corpses behind him. "Captain, what's all this?" Najenda asked, eyeing the bodies warily as she handed over a jug of wine. "These guys aren't ordinary," Ryunosuke replied. "They reek of experiments. Probably another one of Vegapunk's pet projects." His eyes darkened. "One day, I'm going to kill that bastard." Najenda grinned. "Got it. I'll pass them over to Yahiko and the others for dissection. By the way, food and wine's ready. You joining us?" Ryunosuke's mood lightened. "A party?" His eyes scanned the deck. "King, Quinn, Jack, you guys showed up too." He raised the jug in greeting. "Kuina, come here." He waved to the young swordswoman and walked toward the stern of the ship. Kuina followed quietly, but her composure had cracked. Earlier, she had kept a calm face, holding it together for the crew. But now, away from the crowd, her hands trembled and her eyes glistened. Ryunosuke didn't speak. He simply placed a hand on her shoulder and sat beside her, offering the wine without a word. Seeing Kuina trembling with emotion, Ryunosuke gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "I know what you want to say," he said calmly. "Kaido is your enemy, and he's also the enemy of our dragon hunter pirates. But don't you think you might be a little confused right now?" Kuina's brows furrowed, but she didn't interrupt. "Actually," Ryunosuke continued, "Najenda asked me before she made this decision. She reached out to me." He wasn't lying. Najenda also held a dragon hunt order, just like the rest of them. When she contacted the beast's pirates to intervene, Ryunosuke had already been fighting Kaido. But that battle hadn't been just about fists and fury. It had turned into something deeper, almost philosophical. A trial by fire, where each side sharpened their strength against the others. During that clash, he asked Kaido about Wano. After all, Kuina's family had a blood feud with him. A grudge that only death could settle. "Captain, you knew?" Kuina's voice wavered. Anger still burned behind her eyes, but her emotions cracked under the weight of truth. She had been with the dragon hunters for nearly 3 years now. For her, this ship, this crew, it had become a new home. But now, to learn that her own family had been involved in something like this. Her fists clenched, not in rage, but sorrow. It wasn't anger anymore. It was heartbreak. Her lips quivered, tears gathering like storm clouds. I don't understand." "Yes," Ryunosuke said softly. "I know, but Kuina, there's something more you need to hear." He raised his hands slightly, and a soft pulse of cold energy from his azure blade calmed her mind like a winter breeze. "Captain, please, tell me everything," she whispered. "I trust you." Ryunosuke looked her in the eye. There was no hesitation in her gaze. She believed in him. "If it weren't for Kaido," Ryunosuke said slowly, "Wano country would have been wiped off the map by now." "What?" Kuina blinked, stunned. She couldn't believe it. After all, Kaido had invaded Wano. Kurozumi Orochi, his ally, had usurped the shogunate. The people had suffered for years under their rule. These men were the villains of her childhood, the ones who had torn her homeland apart. "Wano has always stood apart," Ryunosuke explained. "They kept themselves isolated for generations, even rejecting the world government's invitation to join the alliance." He leaned in slightly. "Now tell me, Kuina, what do you think the world government would do to a nation that rich, that independent, if it refused their offer?" Kuina's eyes widened. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. The world government claimed to uphold peace, but peace, in their eyes, often meant obedience, and Wano's rejection was defiance. They would have found a reason, she murmured. A justification to intervene or invade. Ryunosuke nodded. "Exactly. The moment Wano said no, the world government marked them. It was only a matter of time before they acted. Kazuki Oden knew this. That's why he tried to open the borders, to prepare Wano for what was coming. And Kaido came at Oden's request, at first." Kuina looked shaken. Her entire worldview was unraveling. "Oden needed someone powerful enough to force a change," Ryunosuke said. "Kaido was that person. But things didn't go according to plan. He overstepped. He let Orochi run wild, and worst of all, he failed to protect Momonosuke. Because he saw him as a weakling," Kuina whispered. "Exactly." Kaido was furious. In his mind, Someone like Odin shouldn't have had such a cowardly son. He was ready to kill Momonosuke right then and there. Ryunosuke's voice dropped lower, and honestly, maybe he should have. Kuina stared at him, speechless. If he had, Ryunosuke muttered, he might have gone down in history as the hero who saved Wano from annihilation. But, he hesitated, and the result was chaos. Kuina's legs buckled under the weight of the truth, she fell forward, and Ryunosuke caught her. She collapsed into his arms, burying her face in his chest as the tears finally came. All the pain, all the doubt, everything she had been holding back for years erupted in a flood of grief. Ryunosuke held her close. He knew her past. The rejection by her father. The shame she endured during her adolescence. And now, betrayal by the very people who were supposed to protect Wano. For the first time in her life, Kuina allowed herself to break down completely. On the other side of the ship, laughter rang out from a celebration. The contrast was almost cruel. Kuina eventually pulled herself away, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "I'm sorry, Captain. I lost control, you don't have to apologize," Ryunosuke said gently. "But let me ask you something. Are you still thinking about going back and confronting your father?" Kuina paused. She had been determined to demand answers, but now. "Does it still matter?" she whispered. Ryunosuke reached out and ruffled her hair. "Whatever you're feeling, you're not alone anymore. You're part of this crew. Your pain is our pain." She nodded quietly. Then, without warning, Kuina stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. "Baka Captain," she muttered, her cheeks glowing crimson. Before Ryunosuke could respond, she turned and ran off into the night, her heart beating like a drum. He stood frozen in place, his hand rising slowly to touch his cheek. What just happened? Ryunosuke wasn't dense like Luffy. He understood exactly what that kiss meant. "Kuina, do you really feel that way? Or was it just the heat of the moment, a surge of gratitude and emotion?" Before he could think further, a familiar voice scoffed nearby. "HMPH. He turned. "Akame." "Boo!" Akame suddenly leapt at him, kissed his other cheek, and dashed off laughing. "I want one too," she called back over her shoulder. Ryunosuke stood there, absolutely stunned. Is my romantic arc finally starting? But before he could think about love or kisses or anything remotely sweet, reality smacked him back into focus. There was still the matter of the world government. He shook his head, sighing. "I don't have time for romance right now." Kaido was drunk and in no condition for a serious conversation. That meant one thing, he had to talk to someone else first. Time to find Doflamingo. He pulled out his transponder snail and dialed. The voice on the other end picked up immediately. "Boss?" Ryunosuke didn't waste time. "We're going to work with Kaido." There was a long pause. "You serious?" Doflamingo asked. "You do remember he's insane, right?" You know, he had cooperated with Kaido before. But working with a madman like Kaido is simply. No wonder Doflamingo felt conflicted. After all, his past dealings with Kaido had always left him feeling stifled and cornered. Every term of their agreement, how the transactions were handled, who paid what, even the additional costs, were dictated solely by Kaido. Doflamingo wasn't just paying for artificial devil fruits. He was paying for subordination. The only reason he ever agreed to such unfavorable conditions was because Kaido was, undeniably, stronger. If Doflamingo didn't comply, he would have been pushed out of the underground world entirely. But now, things were different. Doflamingo was no longer just an arms dealer or a middleman. He was a full-fledged member of Ryunosuke's Dragon Hunter Pirates. Under Ryunosuke's banner, continuing any trade under Kaido's terms would be beyond foolish. "I get that you're hesitant," Ryunosuke said calmly, his voice steady as he leaned against the ship's railing. "But Kaido's with me now. You saw how we fought. There's no need to stick to the old ways." He glanced at Doflamingo, then added, "We move forward with our own business model." After a pause, his tone shifted slightly. "By the way, is Dressrosa stable now? Any more trouble?" It had to be said. Ryunosuke was a remarkably hands-off captain. Across their territories, it was the same pattern. Each base had its own operation team, and regular reports were funneled through Nagenda. Dressrosa, however, was unique. It remained under the management of the Don Quixote family, and Ryunosuke hadn't assigned anyone new to interfere. And honestly, he didn't need to. The Don Quixote family had been running the island for years. They knew the system. Ryunosuke only needed to guide the overall direction, they handled the rest. King Riku has resumed his position as our steward, Doflamingo answered with a chuckle, clearly satisfied. He handles the internal affairs now. He added with a smirk, we've never been great with the gentle approach. Our focus is on external matters, defense, trade, expansion. Doflamingo's grin widened. Right now, Dressrosa has the highest happiness index in the New World. Economically, politically, we're thriving. He wasn't wrong. Even the civilians, fully aware that Doflamingo was a pirate, didn't seem to care. Why should they? They were fed, protected, and prosperous. To the common folk, lofty ideals like national revenge or noble vendettas meant little. Survival, happiness, and security. Those were the things that truly mattered. Ryunosuke nodded. Good. Kaido's side will send someone soon to discuss the upcoming trade. You'll handle it. Then his voice lowered slightly, almost amused. Speaking of which, any new movements from the world government? Doflamingo's face twitched slightly. He understood what Ryunosuke meant. A large part of the world government's secret trade used to go through Doflamingo's black market network. And even now, despite Doflamingo being officially tied to the Dragon Hunter pirates, they hadn't shut that door. Instead, the celestial dragons were enduring higher costs and tighter logistics just to keep those trade lines open. They had no choice. Creating their own dark world networks was easier said than done. The underworld didn't welcome government interference. In fact, anyone flaunting world government ties often found themselves politely, and sometimes violently, refused. Right now, they're still maintaining normal trade with me, Doflamingo replied. But there's something odd. He paused, then rustled through a few doents beside him. They've been placing massive orders for refined metals. All of it is going into savings, stockpiling, not distributing. When I quoted the price, they didn't even try to haggle. Just told me to keep acquiring more. The first batch is already on its way to the red line. Ryunosuke's expression darkened ever so slightly. Metal, huh, I see. He went quiet for a moment before speaking again. All right. I'll take it from here. His tone became firm. Doflamingo, if there's anything else, anything important you haven't mentioned yet, now's the time to think it over. Secrets, intel, anything related to the world government. I'm not asking for an answer today, but don't make me wait too long. And with that, he ended the call. Doflamingo stared at the Den Den Mushi in front of him, its voice now silent. His expression was tangled in conflicting emotions. Ever since becoming an official member of the Dragon Hunter pirates, Doflamingo's loyalty had been sealed, literally, bound by the system. But the question lingered. Should he really reveal everything? If Ryunosuke learned what he knew, there would be no turning back. That kind of information wouldn't just start a war, it would shake the world. And he wasn't sure if he was ready for that. After hanging up, Ryunosuke turned toward Kaido, who stood nearby. The trade continues, he said with a smirk. But we stick to our own pricing model. If Kaido doesn't like it, well, we can always fight again and settle it that way. Kaido let out a low laugh and took a huge swig from his sake gourd. No more fights for now, he replied gruffly. There'll be time for that later. You've got bigger things to worry about. As for the deal, we'll go with your method for now. With that, Kaido turned and headed back to his ship, his massive figure disappearing over the horizon. Once the sea had swallowed Kaido's silhouette, Najenda approached quietly. Captain, she said, should we interfere with what Doflamingo mentioned? The world government's stockpiling metal. It's clearly for something big. If we intercept it now, it could deal them a heavy blow. Ryunosuke smiled and shook his head. No need. He turned to look at her with a hint of amusement in his voice. Doflamingo's one of us. If we start stealing from our own clients, how will he continue doing business? We're professionals, Najenda. Let's act like it. But someone will interfere, she asked curiously. You're saying? Kaido, Ryunosuke said simply, pouring himself a drink. He left so suddenly. He's clearly off to relieve someone of their cargo. Pirates will be pirates, after all. As he sipped from the jug, his gaze wandered toward the sea, calm and confident. Everything was going according to plan. Their next move: find what rocks Dzebek left behind. Something hidden in the aftermath of the God Valley incident. Something powerful enough to tip the balance of the world. Only 1 month remained. With the eternal log pose guiding them, they had time. "Let's go, Najenda," he said, his eyes narrowing. "Let's find Rock's legacy, and maybe uncover the truth behind God Valley." Najenda nodded and went off to find Nijiko. Left alone, Ryunosuke leaned against the ship's edge once more. As the sea breeze rustled his coat, he thought back to Kuina and Akame's recent behavior, and fell into silent contemplation. In the kingdom of Akaslan. "Lord Yahiko, I just received word. Shimotsuki village will be attacked by pirates in 3 days." Mondo walked up to Yahiko, his tone direct and concerned. "Pirates?" Yahiko's expression darkened. "Targeting Shimotsuki village?" He clenched his fists slightly as he stood, the shadow of responsibility looming over him. From the very beginning, their journey to the East Blue had been under direct orders from Captain Ryunosuke. Among all their tasks, 2 were of utmost priority: securing Fusha village and protecting Shimotsuki village. Recently, they had even received urgent notice to safeguard Kokoyashi village. Yahiko had already dispatched a detachment of dragon hunter pirates for covert defense. Now, with Shimotsuki village under threat, he couldn't afford to delay. When it came to intelligence in the East Blue, no one was better connected than the local pirates, the Mondost pirates. Ever since they submitted to the dragon hunters, their info network had been crucial. Thanks to that wise decision, the Mondost pirates now enjoyed a peaceful life under Ryunosuke's rule. Honestly, how many pirate groups, aside from the 7 warlords of the sea, could dominate an entire kingdom? Truthfully, these pirates don't even seem like pirates, Mondo muttered, almost to himself. They look more like some strange form of navy. But not the Marines we know. They're not that strong, but they move fast. If they do attack, they could wipe out a village in a day. "Shall we intervene, Lord Yahiko?" Yahiko's silence stretched for a moment before he finally answered. "I'll go myself. You stay here and maintain order. Anyone who dares approach the kingdom, eliminate them without hesitation." With that, Yahiko turned, disappearing in a flash. He hadn't rested much since their arrival. Most of his time had been spent training, refining the overwhelming power that surged within him. As a shinobi, his physical control was already leagues beyond most. Now, he was transforming raw power into precise, deadly force. At his current level, one Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, could cover more ground than several marine, shave, steps combined. Upon arriving at the port, Yahiko boarded a small vessel. With the Rinnegan's powers, he didn't need anything fancy. Just a boat was enough to face the sea. Meanwhile, in Shimotsuki village, Lord Shemingzi, a warrior, said respectfully as he approached an old man sitting calmly by the water, rod in hand. "Pirates have been sighted nearby. They might be planning an attack. Should we prepare to defend the village?" The elderly man didn't even glance at him. His attention remained solely on the fishing line in front of him. "There's no need to do anything," Shemingzi replied, voice as tranquil as the water. "They're just pirates. Even if we let them walk in, they wouldn't be able to harm this village." Despite the situation, his calm presence was unshakable. He looked more like an old fisherman than a warrior, but his aura spoke otherwise. This man was a living legend. "Understood," the warrior said after a pause, bowing before quietly leaving. Not long after, he arrived at Isshin Dojo, where Shimotsuki Koshiro stood watching the students train. "You're still not going to step in?" the warrior asked, unsure of the master's stance. Shimotsuki Koshiro gave a small, resigned smile. "Why should we?" Ryunosuke respected our wish to stay uninvolved back then. We owe him the same. He sighed, his eyes reflecting complex emotions. Back when Shemingzi was brought out of Wano, there had been an element of moral coercion. But if the old man had stayed in Wano, he likely would have died. That thought haunted Koshiro, something he could never allow. "So what now, master?" the warrior asked again. "We do what Shemingzi said," Koshiro said as he turned. "They're just pirates. Do you really think all our years of training were a waste?" He unsheathed a long sword, the metal gleaming under the morning sun. "We'll show them that Shimotsuki village isn't some place to be trifled with." Soon, he arrived at the dojo's training ground. Hiya! Ya! Students shouted as they practiced their strikes in rhythmic unison. Their movements looked simple at first glance, but the precision and discipline behind each swing reflected years of dedication. This was the Isshin Ryu style, and every slash carried intent. Sensing Koshiro's presence, the students immediately halted. They straightened up, wooden swords lowered, awaiting instruction. "Saber," Koshiro said. Just one word, but it sparked an unspoken understanding. Their eyes lit up with fierce determination as they left the training ground, returning moments later, this time, each holding their own real blade. Though they usually trained with specially weighted wooden swords, every disciple here owned a personal weapon tailored to their combat style. "Shimotsuki village is being targeted," Koshiro began, his voice calm but resolute. "We've lived peacefully here for many years. But now, it's time we honor that peace by protecting it. The purpose of our swordsmanship isn't just mastery, it's to protect what matters. Now, draw your blades." Sheeing. The sound of steel echoed as Koshiro drew his sword. A sharp burst of sword aura rippled through the dojo. The students followed without hesitation, unsheathing their swords with unwavering gazes. Together, they stepped out into the village. Elsewhere in the village, two handymen from the Dragon Hunter pirates watched in awe. "These people. They're not panicked at all," one muttered, confused. "Don't they realize pirates are coming?" Back in his old village, word of pirates would send people into hiding, but here, it felt like just another normal day. "I don't get it either," the other replied, shaking his head. "But Mondo said Captain Yahiko is on his way. If that's true, we don't have to worry." Despite their own combat experience, both men couldn't shake the chill they felt as a wave of sword energy brushed past them. They turned to see a squad of uniformed swordsmen approaching with blades drawn and presents blazing. One villager ran up and handed them food. "Thank you for your help," she said, smiling. "Please, return safely." Thank you," one of the handymen stammered. Only now did they understand the calm confidence of the villagers. With such a powerful force of swordsmen ready to defend them, there was no need to fear ordinary pirates. Even as members of the Dragon Hunter pirates, these two could feel the overwhelming presence of the Isshin Ryu warriors. In that moment, they realized, Yahiko might not even need to come. As Shimotsuki Koshiro and his disciples marched out of the village, the two handymen quickly reported everything back to base. On the other side of the East Blue, in the quiet Fuchsia village. "Someone wants to attack Shimotsuki village." Lucky Roo frowned as he handed the intelligence report to Shanks, muttering to himself. Ever since the Red Hair Pirates returned to the East Blue, they'd been trying to reconnect with the people of the village. But no matter how they approached it, they hadn't made much progress. Of course, that had everything to do with the presence of the Dragon Hunter pirates. With tensions high and the Dragon Hunters on alert, any sudden move from them could easily be mistaken for hostility. Shanks had no interest in sparking unnecessary conflict. Especially not with the Dragon Hunters watching every step. Now, before they could even figure out how to approach Shimotsuki village, word had come that some pirate groups were targeting the village for an attack. Coincidence? Highly unlikely. With such coordination, this wasn't the work of just one crew. Multiple pirate groups moving together. That meant a deeper reason, one that couldn't be ignored. Ben Beckman took a slow drag from his cigarette, his voice low. "Shanks, should we step in?" Shanks shook his head. "No, not yet." He turned to the sea outside, watching the waves. "The captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates' 3rd Division is stationed here in the East Blue. If anything happens, he should be able to handle it. We'll stay nearby, just in case. If things go south, we intervene. If not, we keep moving." Ben raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. Shanks sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Until things settle between the Dragon Hunters and the world government, we can't afford to be reckless." Just then, the bar door opened with a bang. "Boss, some wine and food, please." Makino turned from behind the counter, a familiar smile on her face, until she saw who it was. The fruit plate in her hands slipped and shattered on the floor. "Sabo," her voice trembled with surprise. Though it had been years, she recognized him instantly. The mischievous boy who used to cause trouble with Luffy and Ace was now standing in front of her, taller, older, and with a calm fire in his eyes. "That's right," Sabo grinned. Long time no see, Sister Makino. Oh, and this is my friend, Kurla. Hello, Sister Makino, Kurla said politely with a nod. She had followed Sabo not just out of loyalty, but also to keep an eye on him. If he went off script, she'd be the one to pull him back. Makino blinked, then smiled warmly. Okay, come in. I'll get you something to eat. She bustled off to the kitchen, hiding the tears of joy welling in her eyes. She had thought Sabo was dead. Luffy had told her that much. To see him now, alive and well, it filled her heart with relief. Makino was, without a doubt, everyone's big sister. Inside the bar, though, the atmosphere was awkward. On one side sat Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. On the other, the infamous red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors. Though Shanks had a close relationship with Luffy, that didn't extend to Sabo or Ace. Ace had at least visited Shanks once after going to sea, thanking him for protecting Luffy. But Sabo? He had no personal connection to the man, only the knowledge that he once saved his little brother. And with Sabo's current identity, openly associating with a Yonko wasn't exactly ideal. Captain Shanks, Sabo said suddenly, that trademark smile still on his face. Are you planning to settle here permanently? Shanks looked at him, intrigued. Sabo, right? Luffy's talked about you. The Revolutionary Army has time to drink now, huh? Must be a quiet season. There was a playful sarcasm in his tone, but no malice. Sabo chuckled. Yeah, I guess I've got a little breathing room. Oh, and if you see Luffy again, tell him I'll come find him soon. He didn't bite at Shanks' teasing. Sabo was too used to hearing that kind of thing when he was seen out on a mission, and honestly, it didn't bother him one bit. Soon, Makino returned with a tray of food. She handed Sabo and Kurla some juice and placed a plate of meat on the table. Sister Makino, Sabo said, eyeing the drinks. I'm an adult now, you know. I want to drink, ow. Before he could finish, Kurla reached over and yanked his ears sharply. The pain shut him up instantly, though the big grin on his face didn't fade. They finished their meal quickly, and after some light conversation, Sabo stood up to leave. Shanks, the Revolutionary Army's moving too now, Beckman said as he watched them go. The East Blue's getting crowded. Shanks nodded. The Dragon Hunters, Garp, now Sabo. Even the Grand Line doesn't see this much action. Ben exhaled smoke. Feels like something big's coming. Don't worry, Shanks replied. The Revolutionary Army's goals don't conflict with ours, not for now. With that, the mood lightened, and Shanks went back to drinking and bragging to his crew, as if none of it concerned him. Outside the bar, Sabo's cheerful expression faded. Kurla walked beside him, glancing up. Why has a Yonko like Shanks been hanging around the East Blue so long? Shouldn't he be in the New World? Sabo shook his head. I don't know, but it doesn't change our plans. Let's go. Without wasting time, Sabo picked her up and leapt away, heading toward the Goa Kingdom. By late afternoon, the two arrived at a luxurious estate deep in the heart of the kingdom. Inside, a young man in noble robes greeted them with a respectful bow. Brother. Sabo smiled. Stelly. What's the situation here? Have you taken control? This wasn't just anyone. This was Sabo's adopted brother, Stelly. Though they shared no blood, the bond they had forged was genuine. Sabo had rescued him from being a political puppet and given him something he'd never had before. Real family. Stelly nodded. Yes. I've secured my position, and I married the princess. His face turned a little red with embarrassment, but his tone remained serious. I do feel guilty toward her, he continued, but this is bigger than us. Goa is my home too. I won't let it rot in corruption. We'll start with the nobles involved in the slave trade. As Sabo said this, his eyes darkened with quiet fury. In the ever-shifting seas of the New World. Captain, there's news of an imminent attack on Shimotsuki village. Then we should let Kuina know, Najenda said, handing over the intel. Ryunosuke was lounging on the ship's stern, his eyes half closed. Ever since his clash with Kaido, his body had been undergoing significant changes. The power he absorbed from that battle had yet to stabilize, and he had been spending most of his time meditating and observing those subtle shifts. Shimotsuki village, huh? He muttered, glancing at Najida. You don't need to worry, Yahiko's already there. His tone was calm, but carried the weight of confidence. And that village isn't nearly as vulnerable as outsiders think. Shimotsuki Koshiro trained monsters like Zoro and Kuina. The other disciples might not match their talent, but after all these years, they formed a formidable group of swordsmen. Even if Yahiko didn't intervene, Ryunosuke wasn't concerned. But with Yahiko there, the village was in excellent hands. By the way, Captain, Nijiko says we're about 4 to 5 days from our destination. Should we begin updating intelligence for the rest of the crew? Not yet. Let it ride for now. He gave her a small smile. You should take a break too, Najenda. Some things can't be forced. Najenda nodded. Understood, Captain. She was the 1st Division captain and one of Ryunosuke's earliest allies. Her sense of duty often pushed her beyond reasonable limits. That kind of dedication made Ryunosuke trust her implicitly. But it also made him worry. Even a blade needs rest. Once Najenda had gone, Ryunosuke raised his hand and brought up his system panel. Host. Ryunosuke, 23 years old, Joey Boy, abilities, super swordsmanship, super assassination technique, advanced armament hockey, advanced observation hockey, advanced conquerors hockey, Rinnegan. Items. Aim no Habakiri, Azure Blade, 1.5 million reputation gift pack, life essence. Reputation points. 120,000 crew. 1st Division captain. Najenda, Akame ga Kill World. Member. Akame member. Tatsumi member. Mine member, Leone. Night Raid Group activation. Conditions met, 2nd Division captain. Krollo, Hunter x Hunter World. Members. Maki, Uvajin, Fadian, Phantom Troop Group activation, conditions met. 3rd Division captain. Tendo Pain, Naruto World. Member. Hellpath. Jigokudo, 6 Paths. Hell Realm. Pain Group activation. Conditions met, 4th Division captain. Meliodas, 7 Deadly Sins World. Member. Escanor ability, Sun Magic, Sun Fruit, no side effects. Member. Band Special Crew. Enel, Mario, Kuina, Relki, Hawkins. Notable territories. Whiskey Peak, 732 reputation, available for extraction. Sky Island Timhaus, 1282 reputation, available for extraction. Alabasta, 2189 reputation, withdrawable. Kingdom of Akoslan, 3217 reputation, withdrawable. Title. Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Total reputation, 1.68 million. Without hesitation, Ryunosuke tapped the unopened 1.5 million reputation gift pack. This was the reward from his battle with Kaido. Most of the physical enhancements had already been absorbed, but this pack promised something unique. System. Open the 1.5M reputation gift pack. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained 3 absolute health bar experience cards. Ryunosuke blinked. Health bars? Are you serious? Sure, he understood the concept. In games, health bars indicated how close someone was to dying. But this was reality. This was the brutal world of One Piece, where if you died, you were dead. Still, curiosity got the better of him. He tapped on the card description. Absolute Health Bar Experience Card, upon use, grants the user a visible health bar. As long as the health bar isn't depleted, all injuries can be ignored. The user fights at full strength until the bar is gone. Special effect. Red Blood Rampage, host exclusive. When the health bar turns red, critical, all attributes are boosted by 15%. He raised an eyebrow. Now that's broken. 15%. At his current level, that was astronomical. Recruiting 5 new elite crew members wouldn't even match this one-time boost. And that's without considering the sheer tactical advantage of ignoring injuries mid-battle. There were no side effects, either. With Life Essence, his healing artifact, in hand, Ryunosuke could become nearly unkillable. In an all-out war against the world government, this could be the difference between victory and annihilation. He couldn't help but chuckle. Captain's laughing again. Princess peeked around the mast, watching him. Every time he fights or gets something big, he ends up like this, Akami explained casually. He looks too happy, Princess muttered. Then she glanced sideways. Akame, you and Kuina. You both like the captain, right? Akame nearly choked. What? Where did that come from? I remember what happened last time, Princess added slyly. Akame flushed crimson. She wasn't the only one. Kuina, who stood nearby sharpening her blade, paused slightly, her grip tightening. Ever since learning about the attack on Shimotsuki village, Kuina had been on edge. She knew the strength of the swordsmen there, but if their abilities were exposed, enemies would come swarming. They couldn't rely on Yahiko forever. Meanwhile, in the East Blue, Yahiko stood on the deck of a small cruiser, eyes narrowed. Before him loomed a massive, iconic ship. The Red Force, red-haired Shanks. Yahiko frowned. Why are you in my way? His mission was clear. Protect Shimotsuki village. But now, one of the four emperors had appeared, blocking his path. And judging by the tension in the air, this encounter wasn't going to be just a friendly hello. Yahiko's eyes narrowed as he stood firmly on the deck of the Dragon Hunter Pirates' 3rd Division ship. His gaze locked onto the imposing figure before him. In response to Yahiko's question, Shanks remained silent, his crimson hair swaying slightly in the wind, but someone else stepped forward. I hope your Dragon Hunter pirates don't interfere with the matters of Shimotsuki village, said Jesus Burgess calmly. They have their own way of handling things. Yahiko's brow furrowed, so they were here to stop him. He didn't have a good impression of Jesus. Back when he first joined the Dragon Hunter pirates, Yahiko had studied the power players of the sea thoroughly. As the former leader of Akatsuki, he knew the value of intelligence. The Red Hair Pirates, being one of the 4 emperors, were naturally on his radar. And to Yahiko, Jesus was a joke. Despite the Red Hair Pirates reaching the pinnacle of pirate crews, they often lingered in the East Blue, Luffy's childhood home. Yet somehow, this man hadn't even known that his own son's mother had died of illness. In Yahiko's eyes, that kind of negligence was unforgivable. I'm just following orders, Jesus said flatly, our captain's orders. Yahiko raised his head slightly, his voice cold. Then you've made your choice. In the next instant, the air trembled. Shinra Tensai. A shockwave erupted from Yahiko, blasting the Red Hair Pirates back and widening the distance between their ships. Jesus gritted his teeth, steadying himself. You act all high and mighty, but your first move is to run? He raised his sniper rifle, locking onto Yahiko's silhouette. Anyone in my sights is prey. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, a terrifying pressure fell from above. What the hell is that? One of the Red Hair crew muttered, eyes wide in disbelief. A massive meteorite descended from the sky, its shadow stretching across the sea like a harbinger of doom. Yahiko had not only used Shinra Tensai, he had also invoked Tengai Shinsei. On land, this technique was devastating. At sea, it was an absolute nightmare. Griffin. With a burst of haki, Shanks unsheathed his saber and leapt skyward, slicing through the meteorite in one clean motion. It shattered mid-air, chunks of smoldering rock crashing harmlessly into the ocean. But even Shanks looked slightly surprised by the sheer impact. That power. If he drops more of those, we'll be forced into a retreat. Captain Yahiko. Shanks called out. We didn't come here to fight. Shimotsuki village has its own. I don't care. Yahiko's voice was icy and unwavering. He'd been sent here not just to monitor Shimotsuki village, but also to keep an eye on the Red Hair Pirates. And now, with them standing in his way, he had every reason to test just how strong these so-called emperors truly were. Bang! Ben Beckman suddenly lunged forward, his boots skimming the sea as if it were solid ground. Unlike Yahiko, who manipulated chakra, Beckman relied on sheer, overwhelming strength, each step sending ripples through the water. You want close combat? Let's go. Yahiko's eyes gleamed. In addition to his ninjutsu, his taijutsu was formidable. Their clash was instantaneous. Fists collided with shockwaves that cracked the air, water sprayed around them like storms, and yet, Yahiko's Shinra Tensai remained a persistent threat. Even someone as tactically brilliant as Beckman began to feel the pressure. Yahiko was fast, mobile, and deadly at sea. Eventually, Beckman was forced to retreat. It's impossible to pin him down here, he muttered, breathing heavily. He moves like the sea is his ally. Yahiko floated above the water with calm menace. "You're not ready for the pain this world holds," he declared. "But I'll give you a taste." He clapped his hands together. Sea style, Chibaku Tensai. The ocean began to swirl violently. A vortex formed beneath the red hair pirate's ship, pulling the sea into a massive spinning orb of water. The water rapidly gathered into a gigantic sphere, encasing their ship entirely. Though they weren't devil fruit users, fighting underwater, or in a giant bubble, was far from ideal. The red hair pirates immediately sprang into action, trying to stabilize the ship and protect the crew. Yahiko, however, had already completed his task. With one last burst of Shinra Tensai, he launched himself backward, returning to his ship and vanishing into the distance. PFF'd. Boom. The massive water sphere exploded outward with a thunderous blast, sending waves crashing in all directions. Although the red hair pirates escaped without serious harm, Yahiko was already long gone. Ben Beckman stood silently, water dripping from his coat. "That guy, he's on a different level." Shanks shook his head slowly. "We can't beat him here. Not at sea, and for now, I'd rather not make an enemy of the dragon hunters." He raised his arm. A wave of Conqueror's haki rippled out, instantly drying his soaked clothes and hair. "We did what we came to do. There's no need to escalate things," Shanks said quietly. Beckman sighed. "Still, how the hell did he get that strong?" "I don't know," Shanks replied. "But now that we've confirmed where these dragon hunters come from, maybe it's time we take a look ourselves. If we let them keep growing unchecked, there might not be a stage left for us." He sat cross-legged on the deck, gazing thoughtfully at the horizon. The next day a group of pirate ships crept into the inland sea near Shimotsuki village. Up in the crow's nest, a lookout suddenly shouted, "Captain, swordsmen, dozens of them, are gathered on the opposite coast." The pirate captain sneered. "Swordsmen? What a joke." He turned to face his crew, his voice brimming with arrogance. "I've killed hundreds, no, thousands of swordsmen in my day, what's a few more?" He slammed his fist against the railing. "Full speed ahead. We take the village before nightfall." Had any of the older Navy officers been present, they would have recognized the man immediately. Hilnado, the infamous pirate who vanished from the seas more than a decade ago. His bounty? A staggering 300 million berries. Aside from Hilnado, several other infamous pirates had resurfaced. They all shared a common trait. They were once powerful and well-known pirates from over a decade ago who had mysteriously vanished. Now, upon their return, their first move was to attack a small village in the East Blue. No one could figure out who was powerful enough to rally these arrogant veterans. Surely, it required either immense strength or a price hefty enough to tempt men of their caliber. "Captain, that guy Wilbury is already ahead of us," Hilnado's younger brother reported anxiously. "Should we speed up? If we wait too long, his crew might wipe out the entire village before we even get there." He was right. Among pirates, whoever captures an island first, claims it. If Wilbury secured the village on his own, their entire trip would have been for nothing. "No need to rush," Hilnado replied with a sly grin. "Those swordsmen don't look like pushovers. Even Wilbury won't be able to deal with them that quickly. Let him tire himself out. Once the dust settles, we'll sweep in and take over." It was classic Hilnado, always choosing the safest route, which is why he was still sailing freely despite a 300 million berry bounty. Even the Navy had spent years trying to bring him down to no avail. Accurate intel, smart judgment. These were Hilnado's guiding principles for surviving on the Grand Line. "Got it, Captain. Everyone, prepare the artillery. We'll be taking over this island soon." Kaka, Kukuku. A line of gunners rushed to their cannons, methodically stuffing shells into the barrels. These weren't your run-of-the-mill pirates. Their equipment was professional and their formation tight. Meanwhile, off the coast of Shimotsuki village, a seagull landed on a small boat drifting toward the island. This boat belonged to Yahiko, who had been delayed by a run-in with the red-haired pirates. Had it not been for them, he would have arrived much earlier. The news crew dropped a rolled-up paper. Yahiko read it and narrowed his eyes. So, the earlier guess was spot on. These pirates aren't your average sea dogs. They're old monsters crawling back from the shadows. He looked toward the horizon, his expression hardening. "Send this to the captain immediately. These fossils don't belong in this era. The sea no longer has room for relics like them. With that, Yahiko activated Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin in succession, propelling himself rapidly toward Shimotsuki village. At the village, the first pirate crew had already landed, the Wilbury pirates, just as Hilnado predicted. "Listen up, boys," Wilbury bellowed, wielding a massive battle axe. "Kill everyone on this island. We're here to slaughter, not interrogate. Leave the investigations to those freaks working behind the scenes." Wilbury charged forward, leading the assault directly toward Shimotsuki Koshiro. But Koshiro and his fellow swordsmen stood calm and unshaken. Clang! Koshiro unsheathed his blade. A strong surge of armament haki coated his arms and wrapped around the blade like ink soaking into paper. His disciples followed suit, each drawing their swords and unleashing their own armament haki. Had Zoro seen this, his jaw would have dropped. After all, it hadn't been long since he'd just grasped the basics of haki entanglement. But these men, his former comrades, had already mastered it long ago. Wilbury snorted. "Really? You think this level of armament haki matters? In the New World, even kids have it?" He raised his axe. With brute strength, he brought the massive weapon down, not to slash, but to crush Koshiro like a hammer against stone. Boom! The impact rocked the earth, but instead of Koshiro's body being split in half, Wilbury's axe slammed straight into the ground. Wilbury's face twisted in confusion. He'd clearly made contact with Koshiro's sword, so why did his attack miss? Peesh! Blood suddenly sprayed into the air, Wilbury screamed. His arm had been severed cleanly at the shoulder, sent flying across the battlefield. "Ah! Damn you, you bastard!" Raging in pain, Wilbury's eyes turned bloodshot. Veins bulged across his face and neck as he reached into his coat and tossed a handful of pills into his mouth. His aura shifted instantly, dark, volatile, and savage. "Is he already using the drugs?" Hilnado muttered from offshore. "TCH. Looks like those swordsmen are stronger than we thought. Prepare to fire the cannons the moment Wilbury loses. Even if artillery alone couldn't kill the defenders, it would still reduce their numbers. That would make the rest easier to handle." The other pirate crews lurking nearby weren't blind either. None of them wanted to charge in without knowing what kind of enemies they were facing. And Wilbury was losing. Boom, boom, boom. Fueled by the drugs, Wilbury's strength and speed exploded. His attacks turned wild and relentless, each strike making Koshiro's sword vibrate violently. If not for the haki reinforcement, the blade would have broken by now. Yet despite the onslaught, Koshiro remained composed, his face unreadable, calm. Around him, his disciples quickly dispatched the rest of Wilbury's crew. Though not as strong as their master, they were more than enough to handle the grunts. Soon, the field was cleared. They didn't interfere in Koshiro's battle, not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. At that level of combat, they'd only be a liability. They had other responsibilities anyway. More pirates were waiting offshore, preparing to attack. Hilnado watched the scene unfold, jaw clenched. Wilbury, a pirate as notorious as himself, had been defeated, and in the East Blue, of all places. The weakest of the four seas had just witnessed the fall of a 200 million berry pirate. If he had rushed in first, he could have been the one bleeding on the ground right now. The other pirate groups began prepping their own artillery, preparing for a large-scale bombardment. Back on the battlefield, Wilbury had gone completely berserk. He attacked with everything he had, roaring like a beast. But suddenly, whoosh, Shimotsuki Koshiro vanished from view. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Wilbury. "Is this the full extent of your power?" Koshiro asked calmly, his sword resting lightly on his shoulder. Wilbury, who had been roaring with fury just moments ago, suddenly froze when he heard the voice. "You? When did you?" The crimson madness in Wilbury's eyes vanished. In its place was disbelief. His pupils shrank, and his body trembled. "Your strength and speed surpass mine," Shimotsuki Koshiro said calmly, standing tall with his sword sheathed. "In terms of raw power, you're much stronger. But this power, it doesn't belong to you. You'll never defeat me." He gave a final glance at Wilbury. "Goodbye." Crack. The sound of Koshiro's blade sliding back into its sheath echoed in the silence. At that moment, countless wounds suddenly opened across Wilbury's body. A thin red line appeared across his neck, and then, thud, his lifeless body hit the ground. Blood pooled rapidly beneath him, soaking the soil. Wilbury didn't even have time to react. The technique had been too fast, too precise. This was the deadly art of the silent kill, a sword technique that left no trace until it was far too late. It was a style designed purely for one purpose: to kill. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, artillery shells roared through the sky, crashing toward the village. Shimotsuki Koshiro stepped forward, standing protectively in front of his disciples. "It's time," he said, his voice calm yet resolute. "Let us test what we've learned." He drew his sword with purpose. A wave of sword energy burst from Koshiro's blade, sharp and powerful. His disciples, standing behind him, mirrored his motion with astonishing unity. Even the arc of their blades followed as exactly. Their combined sword auras began to converge, synchronizing into a single force. Once again, Koshiro slashed. The disciples followed, their slashes flowing like geese in formation, one after the other, perfectly timed. Boom, boom, boom. The incoming shells were cut down midair, exploding harmlessly before they could land. The resulting shockwaves left the attacking pirates breathless. These weren't ordinary pirates. Many had survived the New World. But survival didn't mean experience. They avoided major confrontations, preying on civilians and merchants instead. That's how they'd lived this long. Now, they realized, they were completely outmatched. "Captain Hilnado, if we keep going one by one, we'll be picked off just like Wilbury. We need to charge together, all at once." Another pirate captain barked out his proposal to Hilnado. Solo attacks clearly wouldn't work. They had to overwhelm Koshiro, or they'd all die here. "You want to go head-on?" Hilnado growled. "Then surrender everything you've got?" He popped a black pill into his mouth. Crack! His aura exploded. A massive mace materialized in his hand. With a roar, he surged forward toward Shimotsuki Koshiro, eyes wild. The other pirates followed suit, downing the same pills. Dozens of them charged in unison, aiming directly for Koshiro. The disciples were instantly overwhelmed. Though they weren't weak, they hadn't expected to face so many enemies at once. Panic set in. The calm rhythm of their training shattered under pressure. Boom! A violent shockwave tore through the battlefield, scattering pirates and disciples alike. A figure descended from the sky, landing between both forces like a divine judgment. Dragon Hunter Pirates, 3rd Division Captain, Yahiko. He raised a single hand. Shinra Tensai. A gravitational force pulsed outward. The weaker pirates were flung away like ragdolls. Over 30 remained standing, but they were clearly shaken, barely holding formation. The Dragon Hunter Pirates, one pirate muttered in disbelief. Weren't they supposed to be in the New World? What the hell are they doing here? They're interfering. Panic spread like wildfire. Everyone who had ever sailed the Grand Line had heard the name of the Dragon Hunters. "This village, Shimotsuki Village, is under our protection," Yahiko declared, his voice like thunder. "If you insist on staying, then prepare to feel the weight of this world." The aura pouring from Yahiko was oppressive. His glowing, eerie eyes scanned the pirates, judging them. Power radiated from him, not just strength, but authority. Bang! 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 Pirates collapsed one by one, unconscious or incapacitated. Even Koshiro's disciples staggered, affected by the sheer pressure of Yahiko's presence. "Conqueror's Haki," Koshiro whispered in awe. "A king's aura. The rarest of the rare." And yet, it manifested from the captain of a pirate division. Weren't those with kingly haki supposed to stand above others? Could it be that the Dragon Hunter pirates didn't serve a king? But were kings? "You damn dragon hunters," Hilnado snarled. "You think I'll back down? You think you can show me the pain of this world? You can't even begin to?" Yahiko didn't let him finish. A gravitational pull yanked Hilnado forward. Yahiko's hand clamped around his throat. Crack! Just like that, Hilnado went limp, his neck shattered. "You're next," Yahiko said coldly, tossing the body aside like trash. "I can feel the sin radiating off of you. It makes my skin crawl." Next time, he warned the remaining pirates, don't think about attacking Dragon Hunter territory. With a blur of hand signs, Yahiko summoned several shadow clones, dozens of them. Each clone launched itself at one of the enemy captains. Within minutes, it was over. The battlefield was littered with bodies. The captains, every last one, lay dead. Koshiro's hand, still clutching his sword, trembled slightly. Even if he had faced the pirates alone, he believed he could have won. But not like this. Not so swiftly. Not with such total domination. These pirates had consumed enhancement pills. Their strength had increased drastically. And yet Yahiko made them look like bugs. Even more shocking was the mysterious ability he had used, shadow clones. A technique Koshiro had never seen before. Not from any swordsman. Not from any marine. Not even from Wano's samurai. Just what kind of power did the Dragon Hunter pirates possess? Then again, it made sense. Only pirates with such overwhelming strength would dare to declare war against the world government. A slow breath escaped Koshiro's lips as he sheathed his sword. For now, Shimotsuki village was safe, but his thoughts drifted. Kuina, she was on the Dragon Hunter ship too. If this was the power of a mere division captain. How far had Kuina grown under their wing? Just as Shimotsuki Koshiro was still trying to grasp what had happened, Yahiko raised his hand, calm and unhurried. Then came the Chibaku Tensai. In an instant, the remaining enemies, debris, and even the corpses littering the battlefield were dragged into the air by a powerful gravitational force. Chunks of rock and earth spiraled upward, clumping together into a massive sphere that floated ominously above the island. This, Koshiro's eyes widened. He had just begun to wonder about Yahiko's true strength, but witnessing this unnatural display left him completely stunned. Was this really something a human could achieve? Before Koshiro could recover from the shock, a group of pirates approached from behind. They were members of the Dragon Hunter pirates, each of them stepping forward and standing respectfully by Yahiko's side. "Captain," one of them said, saluting. Yahiko glanced at them with his usual calm. "Any signs of intruders?" he asked. "No," the pirate replied without hesitation. "These were the only pirates. All the ships are accounted for. No one escaped, and no one else got on the island." None of them looked fearful, despite Yahiko's terrifying power. On the contrary, they stood tall, proud. This was their captain, after all. The man they followed without question. To be a member of the Dragon Hunter pirates, even a mere errand boy, was a badge of honor. "Good," Yahiko nodded. "Send word to the captain. I'm heading back now." Then, Yahiko turned to Shimotsuki Koshiro, who was still standing motionless, eyes fixed on the floating sphere in the sky. "You're Kuina's father, aren't you?" Yahiko said, his voice soft yet firm. "If possible, I hope you don't bring unnecessary burdens into her life." Koshiro blinked, unsure how to respond. Some things, Yahiko continued, lose meaning in the face of absolute strength. What Kuina should pursue now is no longer the same as what you once believed. Though Yahiko's words sounded like a suggestion, the tone left no room for argument. Koshiro could feel the dominance radiating from him, an aura that was quiet yet overwhelming. "So this is what it means to be part of the Dragon Hunter pirates." "I understand," Koshiro said, nodding slowly. "Thank you for your assistance. If not for you, Shimotsuki village would have suffered greatly." Goodbye," Yahiko interrupted. Without waiting for Koshiro to finish, Yahiko flew upward and landed on the floating Chibaku Tensai. With one swift kick, the massive ball of debris shot across the sky like a meteor, slamming down just off the coastline. He hadn't kicked it into the sea on purpose. No, this was a message. A warning. This place is protected by the Dragon Hunter pirates. Attack it, and you'll join the wreckage. Yahiko then descended onto a small boat, where more than 10 pirate ships were already waiting for him. Together, they began to sail away from the island. As he watched the fleet disappear into the sea, Koshiro finally exhaled. Incredible. Just then, an old man with a fishing rod appeared beside him, silent and calm. "Koshiro," the old man said, staring out toward the water. "I told you, didn't I? Even if we master that, it doesn't mean we'll be invincible out at sea." He paused. There's a difference between strength earned through discipline and strength granted by external forces. The old man turned to him. Your blade has gotten dull. Koshiro opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He lowered his head, defeated. He looked just like a student being scolded by a teacher, despite being the head of the Isshin dojo himself. His disciples watched quietly, saying nothing. Their proud and composed master now stood motionless, humiliated by an old man who didn't even seem like a fighter. You planning to stand here forever? The old man said gruffly. Pick up your people. Let them rest. They've had enough shame for one day. And with that, the old man vanished. Sensei, Koshiro muttered, still processing everything. Behind him, his disciples called out to him, snapping him back to reality. Take everyone and go back, Koshiro finally said, voice low but firm. The disciples quickly obeyed, lifting their unconscious comrades and heading back toward the village. Just as Koshiro was about to follow, a member of the Dragon Hunter pirates approached him. Mr. Shimotsuki Koshiro, the man said politely, our captain would like a word. Koshiro stopped. Your captain? You mean, Ryunosuke? Despite never having met him, Koshiro's heart tensed. Judging by Yahiko's strength, this captain must be on a whole other level. And if he was contacting him now, could it mean? The pirate held out a den mushi. Ryunosuke's voice came through clearly. Mr. Shimotsuki Koshiro. It's good to finally speak with you. There was a pause, and then he added, well, I suppose this is the first time we've talked. Kuina is currently training, so I'll say hello on her behalf. Koshiro straightened his back, nerves prickling. Captain Ryunosuke. I'm honored. What can I help you with? I wonder, Ryunosuke said, his tone casual yet sharp, how much you already know about the Infinity Stones. Koshiro's eyes widened. Infinity Stones? Here? These kinds of things, Ryunosuke continued, they're tools. They're never meant to be relied on as your core strength. If you're building your future on something like that, then you're walking the wrong path. I hope you haven't gone too far down it already. Another pause. Oh, and if Shanks comes looking and asks about this, just tell him. The name struck like lightning. Shanks? Red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors? He's involved in this too? Koshiro's mind spiraled. He had known that Kuina had touched upon things far beyond the East Blue's borders, but this was far beyond anything he had imagined. The name, Infinity Stones, alone was enough to shake his beliefs, but the mention of a Yonko investigating the same trail? It sent chills down his spine. Then Ryunosuke spoke again, calm, but with meaning behind every word. Mr. Koshiro. You trained Kuina and Zoro, 2 swordsmen with unmatched potential. That alone proves your swordsmanship and your discipline are genuine. But if you truly believe your only path now lies through Wano, maybe it's time to let that ambition go. I don't want to stand against you one day, just because of a cause that's already lost. Because if that day ever comes, Kuina will be the one who suffers the most. The words pierced Koshiro to his core. A silence followed, then. Thank you, Captain Ryunosuke, Koshiro said finally, voice steady but weary. I'll reflect on what you said. If there's nothing else, I should go check on my students. I understand, Ryunosuke replied, and the line went dead. The pirate retrieved the den mushi, and Koshiro stood there in silence once more, the sea breeze tugging gently at his robes. Meanwhile, far out on the water, Ryunosuke placed the den mushi back down and turned toward Kuina, who had been silently standing nearby. Well? He asked gently, satisfied with how that turned out. Kuina's lips trembled. She held back tears and gave a firm nod. Thank you, Captain, she whispered. Ever since she learned the truth about the beast's pirates, she'd been torn, haunted by the weight of her father's hopes and the reality of their situation. Even eating, sleeping, and training had felt like battles of their own. Check out my new fanfic that I released yesterday, Naruto. Teaching makes me stronger chapter release. 3 chapters per day.